Hello and good afternoon, everyone. I am always so excited to be playing Blueprints today. I have gone through all of my notes. I have not organized them like I always promise I will, but I did at least read through them. I had a couple of conclusions, a couple of thoughts about them. My plan for the day is largely the same, but I do want... Let's see. I wrote down a couple of things. Most importantly, one of the lines from A New Clue says, if your directory is considered a trajectory, it was nothing short of a full mental lapse. I'm wondering if there is something to do with like drafting numbers or drafting the rooms by number. I don't think that's likely, but I also think that there might be something written in the trajectory or the directory entries that could provide a trajectory of sorts. So I don't plan to do that first. I want to see if I can find room 8 first. But yeah, that's one of our goals for today, and I still want to draft the tomb and see if I can find stuff down there. So yeah, as always, I'm excited, and let's just get into it. I have a good 5 hours to play for sure, and I might be able to go longer, but we'll see. We'll see how much we need. I don't think we'll finish the game today by any stretch. I think that'd be bold hope, but I think we'll make some good progress today. I'm hopeful that we will. Foundation is still in the outer room, which is starting to get concerning. Excuse me. Master Simon, imagine my surprise upon arriving at this estate this morning, only to discover a second foundation so casually situated among the trees and chirping crickets of the west grounds. Now, I have never professed to be a skilled draftsman, and maybe this is not as unintended a mistake as it appears. There's a chance that this redundant room is part of some greater strategy I cannot fathom. Or perhaps more likely, morbid curiosity simply got the better of you. True! However, should that curiosity wane and you come to regret your recent decisions, can repellent will certainly prove useful. Anne Babbage, house manager. Press X in any room in your house to use. Starting tomorrow, that floor plan will be removed from the house and draftable for 1 week. Okay, so let's definitely go clear the foundation so we can start drafting in there again. And 1 week, that means we'll have a week where we don't have access to the foundation. Not much of a problem, but that also gives us... I think it'd be cool to have the foundation right here. Like rank 5, column 3. Because that gives a clear, like, you can draft up to it and then go down the sides, potentially. It also gives roughly equal access between antechamber and entrance hall. So, with the repellent, and hopefully I'll be able to intentionally place the foundation here. That's pretty neat. The next question, can I use the repellent on this room? Is it worth trying that instead of clearing the foundation? I don't think so. I think there are other ways to get repellent. So I think I'm just going to play it safe and get rid of the foundation. But I'm very, very, very curious now about what happens if I use it on the entry hall. Maybe I'm curious enough to look that up. Okay, anyway. I don't think I'm going to use it on the entry hall, as tempting as that is. because I want access to the tomb again. Okay. Our main goal is just to draft the gallery before we reach rank 8, and then use the gallery to get the rank 8, the door 8 key, and open door 8, room 8, and then look at our directory. Let's do the drawing room. I had a note from the dormitory that I wanted to investigate. So we'll take this here. I had a name written down. And I don't know where I got that name from. Luza T. Rayland, okay. Port Grand Architect. Cool. Terrarica University. It's cold. That's all we really know about Terrarica, is that it's cold. I assume, again, that it is academic moat-wise. But we don't know about the travel. So I don't know if we have the means to solve it as a sigil. I did read that Arch Ares is a very stormy place. Don't worry about my coin. Arch Ares is stormy, and so next time we do go down to the Sanctum, I think we can solve the Arch Ares one. Because it also says that before it was a thriving metropolis like it is today. So I think it has become metropolitan, stormy, and then we can just brute force what their particular travel system is. Yes, wind up key. Okay, here we go. A box with a false statement contains the gems. The white box contains the gems. A box mentioning a specific color contains the gem. A box with only true statements contains the gems. The blue box contains the gems. A box with a statement that is also on another box contains the gems. A box with a true statement contains the gems. A box with a false statement contains the gems. A box mentioning the word true contains the gems. All of them mention the word true. No, never mind. Black box does not. So one false, one true, and maybe a hybrid. I don't think this can all be false, because then only a box with statements could be true. If all of this is true, though, then the hybrid box has the gems, and it's a box mentioning the word true. This would then be the hybrid box. False, false, true. Well, okay, wait. I guess this is the only box that mentions the word true, as compared to using the word true as a descriptor. So if all of this is true, this can't all be true, because this box then doesn't have a false statement and can't contain gems. The black and the blue boxes both have the statement box that with the false statement contains the gems. So if this is all true, then it's easy. The blue box contains the gems. And that would technically work. The problem is we would need both of these to be hybrid in order for all of this to be able to be true, and that can't work. So that means I think the black box conclusively is all true. A box mentioning a specific color contains the gems. This does contain all the gems, or mention a specific color. It can have a false statement. The blue box contains the gems. And then the white box contains the gems. So I think we're just going to go for this. Yeah. Okay. Closed exhibit is risky. So I think I'm actually going to put the bunk room here. Her Ladyship's Diary, if you end the day in the bunk room, there's a gem in the tomb the next day, which I assume means that the tomb will be draftable the next day. So we're going to do this, and we're going to end our day here. And then rely on the mercies of the drafting studio to get us further into the house. Boudoir, I think, is actually a pretty safe pick. We won't be getting extra steps from bedrooms this draft, for sure. But with 2 rerolls, we should be able to find something that gets us further in the house. Passageway could do it. Commissary ends the day. We'll just do the passageway. Not an ideal spot, but not the worst spot either. Security's pretty good. We just do the closet. It's a risk, but we could just do it. We still have rerolls, so we've been getting a lot of dead ends. The sleeping mask could give us a bunch of steps real quick, but I think that'd be better to come back for if we need. I don't know how many steps. We would get 25 total from going through all these rooms, because this counts twice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Minus 2 because of the bedroom. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So it would be a net positive. I think we'll just go do that now then. Because we don't actively have a reason to be coming back through these rooms extensively. And again, we don't really care about the chapel tithe. We have enough allowance that we're pretty set. So yeah, not a massive increase, but at least a top off. Cloister of Rena. Archives, not great. Dark room, not gonna chance it. Might just take the observatory, because that also gives us more rerolls. 61 stars. I guess we could secret passage to a green room. That's actually pretty good if we get the cloister. Spends most of our gems, but I mean, it's a lot of luck. I don't have a shovel yet. We're gonna come over here and see if we can get the terrace. Ooh, gross. Gross, man. I don't think it's worth using that many rerolls. Just to try to get luck today. Nope. I'm gonna buy some of the keys. And what the heck, I'll buy a gem. Okay, so we want the master bedroom. Kind of blows to draft it this early, but I want, if we can get a magnifying glass. I guess, let's put the storeroom here. Maybe we can benefit from master bedroom later. Also, again, I only want it because I have a magnifying glass thing to read in there, and so there's no real point drafting it until I have one. Okay, we at least got one green room. That's something. And we have this draft that we can do, if needed. Tough call. This is where it hurts to have drafted the passageway early. I think I only have one mechanarium. This puts a lot of pressure on the gymnasium. I don't really want to draft the tunnel. I mean, mechanarium's free. Worst thing can be is that it's just a dead spot, but we might be able to get. I don't know if it adds doors. That's another thing I guess we can test with this. Ballroom sucks. Security's better. Oh, no, it's not. Well, GG, that's fine. Check to see if we've left anything around the house, but we're probably just cooked. 5 coins, yeah. We're cooked. That's fine. Let's go end the day in the bunk room. I guess we can go check to see if the mechanarium added a door before we just abandon all hope. No, did not add a door. The mechanarium has to be drafted last to benefit from things, so. No, we need to go through here. I guess we can drop off a couple more coins in our piggy bank. You gotta have some bad days to have some good days. In is also the name of, or the word for east in Arahan. So I wonder if that has anything to do with what these names are. Okay. So I've looked and there doesn't seem another can of repellent. I mean, ow. I wanted to see. Product check. Because there's the note that says that there are two starting rooms. And so my dad speculates that the foundation counts as the other starting room. But you need a key card to be able to start from there. No, we don't get the tomb, huh? We don't get the tomb. Kind of disappointing. Hubble is good. It makes it easier to draft green rooms. It prioritizes drafting bedrooms in the house. The root cellar is also really good. I'm gonna do root cellar. More classic, more comfortable. So I want to change the rarity of this. I'll need to draft the solarium as well, just to... The box with more than one false statement is empty. The black box is empty. A box with no true statements is empty. A box with only true statements is empty. The black box is empty. A box with a statement that is also on another box is empty. A box with a true statement is empty. A box with a false statement is empty. The white box is empty. I mean, if all of these are false, and this is the hybrid box, because the bottom could be true, middle could be true, top would be false. No, wait. No, this would all have to be true as well, which isn't impossible, as long as all of this is false. But a box with more than one false statement being empty, being false, couldn't work if the gems are in a box with only true statements. So I don't think it can be both of these being completely true. Let's start with this being completely true. A box with only true statements is empty. The black box is empty. A box with a statement that is also on another box is empty. That could mean both of these are empty and the blue box has the stuff. Because then it can be true. A box with a true statement is empty. It can be... It could be false, a box with a false statement is empty, and true that the white box is empty. Because then this could have the gems, or it could all be true as well. And that this could be all false, or it would probably need a hybrid. The problem is that this box limits what can be false. Because all of this being false means that a box with more than one false statement and a box with no true statements are full. I mean, if all of this is false, they could just be in the black box, right? Does that work? All of this could be true. And then this could be hybrid, false, the black box is empty. And then true, and then true. So I think they might be in the black box. All false, all true, true, false, true. Because then there is a true statement that is empty, a false statement that is empty, the white box is still empty. A box with only true statements is empty. A box with a statement that is also on another box is empty. Black box is empty is false. Black box is empty is false. A box with more than one false statement is empty, false. This one has more than one false statement and has the gems. No true statements is empty, false. So I think it's this. Okay. We're getting better, I think. Purity early never hurts. I don't regret the pool hall upgrade that I did. I don't regret it. I like being able to add more great halls and foyers and secret passages. I do think that a guaranteed way to get the key card is likely better than what I have. My dad has the employee lounge, which is if you end your day here, you get the key card the next day. And I think that might be better than what I did, based on how often I need a key card and can't get it. This is probably my favorite orientation of the commissary. Just because all of these are items that are good, that help. I guess we'll take the kitchen. Bacon and eggs. Sure. We'll have the morning room added. Want an aquarium. East Wing Hall, baby. West Wing Hall, whatever. Because there's always a chance, and it gives me keys if nothing else. I think we'll do that. Also, I still need to solve more of these too. You expect me to know what 14 squared is off the top of my head? No, let's swap. 41. Okay. 31 plus 1, 23, minus 20 is 3. Okay, so a third of 10 minus a third of 5 squared. Oh, why do you hate me? Ten divided by 3 is 3 minus parentheses 5 divided by 3. 1.6 repeating times 1.6. is 2.6 repeating. Minus 20 times negative 17 divided by 5. I feel like I've missed something because there's no way that's what we're supposed to do. So that ends us at roughly 60, which is way outside the kind of a dartboard. Is it a third of 10 minus a third of 5? I think that's probably where I goofed. Because that would be just 1 squared. And then negative 19 times negative 19. Maybe I'm wrong. Divided by 3 minus 5 divided by 3. Did I do that? Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe we just brute force this one. One, 3, 20. I mean, if it's divided by 5, it's likely to be number close to, I guess it doesn't make, it's not guaranteed, so never mind. 23. Just count down, shall we? We'll try one just in case. Five. I have no idea. 2 keys, disappointing. Barely worth it. Patio's tempting, but I think I'm gonna go corridor. Bedroom. Where else should we give shot? Stick the storeroom here. Man, they really want to punish me for my mistakes, don't they? Falling into the same trap. Utility box. It's a long trip back. Security at this point. But we did turn the system off. We don't need. We have more. We have a lot of keys. We'll probably draft this and not worry about upping security. It'd be nice, but. I mean, we did dig up a turnip, so maybe it's worth it. I don't think so. I think we're probably just going to get screwed on this draft and have to call it anyway. But we have the dark room that we can fix. We can come in, go out, power it back on. Nice key. Doesn't seem like anything else in here specifically of value. Come on, man. Lab. Try to get something that lets us dig stuff up. I think we've delivered all the mails. Randall kind of implied he didn't have anything else to say. None of these are necessary by any means. I don't think more aquariums is okay because we have the sleeping mask, so that's a lot of steps. We don't really need gold. If we just do this, we get all the keys in the world, and then that would justify going back to increase security, so I think we'll do that. Because I think, yeah, we already have 4, and so that's 2 keys every time. We've only drafted 2 bedrooms, and so it could be viable to draft the nursery still, make up for some steps, but also if we're just digging things up now for sure, for real. With the salt shaker, we should have more than enough steps if we get even just a couple of turnips. Yes. Also, we can just buy some more food on our way back up. Wow. That's good not to miss. A lot of things we can do with that. Cool, and then we're gonna get the weight room, and we're gonna cry. Well, that's in line with what we want. Again, negating any possible need for keys in the future. Rabbit's foot, we'll take that. Buddy. Good dog. Good dog. Drawing room. Peak. I think... Let's go this way. We don't really need to rotate. I don't think we really need keys either. So I might just redraw this. Solarium. We want the solarium because that increases the odds of getting the gallery. A little bit of a risk, given that, again, we're now down to one exit, but... we have a lot of redraws possible, so we can guarantee that we can at least proceed. Ha! We can do the gymnasium. We can do the hallway. We have enough steps that I think the gymnasium's not a problem. I don't want to lose half my steps right now, so I think we'll do the gymnasium. Also, we turned the power off, so it's fine. Closed exhibit gets us through. We don't really have a color of room we're trying to get to. Except for blue. The gallery's a blue room. So I think we'll just get the closed exhibit out of the way here. Nice. Den's pretty good here. Getting a ton of keys. Both of these are okay. I think we're gonna go courtyard. I thought dig spots were gonna be more common today. What is this? We will open this. Great. Could be worse. Boiler room's probably fine. I was gonna say. We could try again, bunk room. Gives us more steps. Foyer is probably okay. Don't need the dormitory, so I guess we'll do the bunk room. Because often, 2 gems. Don't know if there's anything else important here. We're gonna hold off and go into the other room because we want to go down and see if we can get her ladyship's chamber, just in case there's something important there. Ooh. Morning room's probably okay. Arcades, huh? We want to save at least 1 draft on rank 8 in case we can get the gallery. We're gonna go see if we can get the gallery over here. And we have to go down. No, we don't. No, we don't. We left it. We're dumb. We left it because we're dumb. Aquarium gets us to the next room without redrawing, and I'd rather redraw going up like that. Nice. Let's redraw a couple, see if we can get the gallery here. All of these are, you know, fine options, but we don't need a key by any stretch. But I don't know, I don't think I want to go down too much farther. More blueprints indeed. Wait, we just stick the closet here. Yes, we got a redraw. I'm glad you were able to join before work. We'll just put the foyer here. We've reached rank 8. Let's add the armory. Maintenance, you say? I think the rook, actually, because we can just re-roll a bunch of times here. Conservatory is tempting. We'll get the conservatory on the other side, though. Library is probably a good pick here. Okay. Having checked out all these other books, the only ones that are actually books that aren't part of the list are Swimbird, History of Verindia, and The Curse of Blackridge. I'm pretty sure this is also a magazine. So I think I'm just going to keep drafting or picking a new clue here. Ah, yeah. WoW maintenance, World of Warcraft maintenance. Dang. Cool here. I don't think we're getting roommates today. Secret garden key. Never hurts to have the secret garden. More rerolls, 10 out of 10. I think I'm gonna leave this door to draft. Hopefully it's locked. I don't want to check. But I'm gonna go up the gymnasium for now. Indeed, Kalsia. You're all bad. You're all bad. The office at least gets us to the side. Yeah, let's secret garden it up here, because that gives us both up and down. Um, it looked like Time Walking was taking a break for a week, and then next week was Mists of Pandaria. But I could have just not seen it correctly. We have to redraw that. Ballroom is okay now, so we'll draft the ballroom here. So this is one of the pictures in A New Clue. And it makes me very curious. Because Clara is the mother of Mary. Why she would put this picture? Like, this looks like frame damage or picture damage rather than part of the picture itself. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. It's the worst. We'll put the conference room belatedly, just because it gives us one last draw here. There it is. We could call it a day in the planetarium to refresh our... I think we could do the quest bedroom. I mean, that at least gives us 2 allowance for the day. I think we'll do that. Make this day not a complete waste. Because we can go to the secret garden and at least open antechamber doors. We'll see if we need to spin the stuff to open the other ones. We want at least the conservatory here so we can see if we can adjust the gallery's rarity, which we can't. Nursery is commonplace. Shoot, that's good. Kennel, probably want commonplace. It's a really good effect. Pool hall. I'm gonna make this standard instead of common, because I don't always want those added to my drafting pool. I'm also thinking belatedly that maybe not picking the music room was a bad plan, because maybe having found the room 8 key, it can count as a major key that you can draft, or that you can get in the music room. None of these are great. We'll take the dining room just because it gets us in, as it were. So many steps. Run marathons around the house. And I emptied my inventory from the commissary in the kitchen, and I've gotten so many coins, and I'm back to what my allowance is, which is kind of fun. Scoring the basement key. Okay. Let's go top off our gems real quick. Might as well. Snack on some fruit. We might as well spread coins. just in case we can get the showroom and can buy it out again. We have the coin purse, which amplifies our acquisitions. I don't often come to the morning room because, you know, bacon and eggs are how you add it. It doesn't look like there's anything except like a date for Baron Sinclair's death. And a little bit of information about Mary Matthew and Simon. It was locked. That's a shame. We can use the silver key, but that doesn't really help us. We can get the showroom. Again, we've already gotten the achievement for filling the house. I think showroom, just because we can buy the moon pendant, which is the only thing that always seems to be here. So moon pendant, and I think emerald bracelet over compass, since we can't get the master key. And then we just hope that it picks well for what we start the next day with. We're gonna go to the bunk room again. No proof that it helps us get the tomb, but hopefully it helps us get the tomb. And yeah, nothing, no progress day. It's always sad, but maybe, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Again, we have to have some bad days in order to have good days. Excuse me. No repellent today, unfortunately. Maybe we could have gone and used the repellent. True, yeah. Okay. We'll come back here with the power hammer. Okay, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. I am embarrassed. We'll pretend for a moment that these were added after I came down here with the glass. We'll pretend that they were added later to salvage some shred of my ego. Okay, new objective. Let's get some heckin' burning glass. But we are checking every corner of the tomb, just in case. We're checking up as well as down. Okay, so this looks like a doorway. It doesn't look like a power hammer doorway. It might be, but it looks like a doorway. So there's got to be something here. surely something opens here. Okay, we'll come back around that way. I want to take a moment just to look at the letter. I thought there was the letter here. The letter's here, okay. Because some of these words we can, like... we can suss out a little bit. Because a lot of the verbs are just used as in English. So like, Ajel bid, El is me, first, my first bid. Ul heed, you didn't heed. I don't know what eld is. But lore is word. I'm gonna take another picture of this. Just gonna put it under my Arahan page. So OVE is toward my something. The D, I don't know what the D is, but AJA is first. IRIS. To my first something. I mean, okay, it would be pretty... The way that Herbert talks about, or the way that Herbert treats Sarah Epson, I wouldn't be shocked if he had a crush on his sister-in-law, his brother's wife. I wouldn't be shocked, and that might be why he dotes so much on Mary, is because he loves her child. And so if this is like to my first, if Iris means love or something, like, and of course this is, assuming that this is from Sinclair. It looks kind of like his handwriting. It could not be. You, my day. Again, I don't know what that the D inserted in these things is. You're my day. You, my night. Maybe it's R. Maybe the simple D is to be. And then Mora, I think, is death. That might be just an assumption because of the Latin, but... Mora. Blank. To my... No, to your my gift. The house. To east. I give you my house in the east. Nev down, new day. Nebdao, you are... That's AJ, that is first. I don't know what AREILE. E-I-L-E, sorry. No, awry is future. A-R-E-I. So my are future without me. You are future without me. A new day is a new day in a future. In future without me. New day. I am without you. So maybe tomorrow I am without you. New day probably could be tomorrow. The first I. Yeah, L is I. First I bid you heed my word. You ODDIRIS. You something. House Sinclair without you. House Epson without you. Forget old Ein in. Forget you something east. I'm pretty sure east is in. Looking at the map real quick, because it said, you know, is eclipse, so is, not in. So I don't know what in is. No, in is, I'm sorry. Is and in eclipse. In is east. Get you something east. You word RE? What's RE? Word something. You future. New east. Ben back. You thing to the past, to Iraha, to the east, a new future, the last word, I, something. You word old Jora. So we don't know for sure what the D is. Again, I think it might be to be. I don't, yeah. Jor is name, where lore is word. Okay. I think it's all I can get from this for now. I don't want to spend too much more time sitting and staring at this one page. But we're looking for Irahin for Iris, I-R-I-S. And we're looking for Mora, and we're looking for Ayla. I think that's probably just backwards. Avarai, never mind. Avarai L or La. But we want to know what the D is as well. Okay. So it's unclear who this is written by. The handwriting is pretty different from Herbert's. It could have been Simon, her husband's note. Definitely could have been. But yeah, I think that's an okay foundation for translating that. Here's another thing that looks like a doorway. I don't see anything near here that might indicate a way to open it, except another torch. I wonder if there's a way to put torches out. There was a flower laid on the tomb. So it shouldn't be Simon who wrote that note, because Simon died before Clara. Because she was mourning, his death was what drove her to not being able to sleep at night. So I think it's more likely that it was Herbert who wrote that note. Or perhaps a secret admirer, or perhaps the origin of this Courtney that we still don't know who is. I don't want to assume that there's something to do with this, but maybe there is. The page that sent me here has 2 of the candles for things to light, and so I'm assuming I definitely need to do that. It also has the this statue. This is the page in question. So trying to suss out what exactly this page is supposed to say. There is keep left that could be, specific to this page, where you just keep going left and there's something in the tomb that way. But the crumbling bricks here is why I was like, oh, power hammer, you need to knock something over. We're gonna go into the catacombs to see. If there's anything here as well. It doesn't look like it, but you never know. There's this big, obnoxious, conspicuous arrow saying, look here. And so, again, 7th angel points to our dreams, or 8th angel points to our dreams. It's pointing in the middle of the lake, so I might need to drain the lake again, but that also could just be where the sinking key was. So, I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. Okay. I don't think I'm going to go all the way through there. I don't think I need to do that. I know it's over there pretty with significant confidence. So our goal today, let's get the power hammer from the code check if we can, just in case. I wonder if okay, so a new clue, right? Did you follow the signs is one of the lines. It has all of these signs in the book, right? Okay, so applying the signs to the metro map here, you get 8, 7, 3, 10, and 9. None of those line up with the statues numbers in here, but I wonder if that's going to be relevant somehow. You can do 8, 7. I don't remember which one is 3. I'm gonna guess not, but that would be an interesting interesting turn of events if that was something. Control F. Chapel. Red apron, white uniform, pitchfork overall is 3. There's another doorway. There are enough of them that I don't think it's significant, but what if there are more angels? That would be very interesting. Okay. Let's go to the house. Frickin' fraggin' heck. If these candles open this, that'll be very spicy, to say the least. So priority, for sure, we're trying to get the trying to get burning glass again. Ugh, awful. Nursery, I think, is pretty good. They're going to need a lot of steps to go in and out of the house. Red throne, red crown made of rubies, red castle made of stone. True color, not stand, Arch Aries or Orindia. Looked up, always had a book. Book he had was The Red Prince. The not so subtle Orindian shaped mirror. She wanted her son to look at Orindia and see himself. Not great. Great at all. I think secret passage to commissary, because hopefully we can buy the metal detector and then find the magnifying glass somewhere. Whew. Really don't want me to go anywhere today. Absolutely nowhere. I think just the storeroom here is probably okay. Chapel. Courtyard. Probably can give us nothing. Courtyard, my beloved, why would you betray me like this? Where's my shovel? Where's my... That's bad. With the boudoir. We could just put the coat check here. We have a couple of avenues, so I don't think I hate that. Again, I don't think it does anything, but we're gonna check when we go back to the tomb for sure, just in case. Oh, we can put the solarium here. Bedroom's pointed in the right direction. Screw it. Because the gallery is still a very rare room, we want to draft that if possible. Sure. Magnifying glass. We can work with that. Shovel. Let's buy the set of gems too. No. Can't do that either. Come on. Come on. Give me the Whistwing Hall. Oh, why do you hate me? Oh, fam, why do you hate me? What a miserable draft. I guess there's technically the chance we could get the workshop from the kitchen. Will not dilute our drafting pool yet. Wow, a key card. I didn't even check what items we kept. I guess it was a sleeping mask in the coupon book. 2 useless items. I mean, the attic might have it, but then we don't have the workshop, so it doesn't even matter. Whatever. There was, my dad mentioned a hidden scrap of paper in here somewhere. Look at all these keys. Useless. Utterly useless. Okay, so we have this. Thomas Epson, the one who started digging up this spot. Herbert was the older brother, I thought. Because Simon, the younger brother, petty brother, stole his book. Nothing really on the roof to look at. Haha! So there's something on this security footage. Okay, let's walk down to the tomb. Just in case we can power hammer anything there. And then we'll go put the power hammer back. And we'll cry because we were on the verge of greatness today. Ever since I moved the foundation, like, had a string of bad days. We're also just gonna go check. I really, really just want to know how to um, move these boxes. I don't think it's the power hammer, but I just wanted to see because we have an abundance of steps and we might as well check. Complete manifest for all the activation equipment has been rigorously checked and delivered to Upper Branch. After tomorrow, the site will be sealed and all remaining hardware will be packed up and transported to the original access tunnel for long-term storage. It's unclear if they will also seal that tunnel after our crew has left, but I suspect they may want to keep ready access to the gear, especially now that they've begun operations in the East Mine. A month ago, I believe the discovery of gemstones in the cavern was directly linked to the closure of the site. Now I'm not so sure. The Baron doesn't seem the type to value shiny baubles over history. I don't think you can clip your way through here. There's some way to move these boxes, I think, but it's evidently not with the power hammer. I think ditto with this gate over here. We're going to come in here just to check if there's anything power hammer related in here. Assuming we can't just break down the door here, that would be a pretty terrible door. The Great Elzara prophesied that this gate would someday open. I really wanted to open it. I want to know what's back there. Heck, if we're just going everywhere, let's just make sure that there's no power hammer spot in this mine, too. Cool, 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 cool. Nice long walk along the Mount Holly estate grounds. Her ladyship's diary. Looks like it has an X on this spot. Still haven't discovered if that's actually a thing or just something that it looks like. Nope. Can't break into the tomb. Go figure. But there's gotta be something that can be done. Can't we just, like, push this in and have this reveal a doorway or something? Into the Great Oak. Wild holly that surrounds the trunk. I don't know I don't know if they specifically bothered to try to say what trees are which. I don't know if there's an oak anywhere that overlooks the plains. there's the big tree on the drive. If you open the garage door, there's a big tree there. And that's the only great tree that I could say is on the grounds that I've seen. Wondrous woods, worldly mountains. Raise a shrine upon this spot. Is there something we need to build here? A theatric gesture. Mausoleum of Dreams. The 8th angel points to our dreams. Okay, anyway. Continue our mad clicking. Just in case. As my friend says, for good old Justin. Guess we have the shovel here. Though, frankly, if there's something specific in the dig spots in the tomb, I'm going to be kind of upset about that. Because of the sanctum keys I'm missing. See, that's so intentional. That's so intentional. What could it mean? Of the sanctum keys I'm missing. My dad and I have one key that we're both missing, which is the 5th key held by the king on his throne. And he is missing the one in a train station left by one of your own. I am missing one locked up tight in the vault of a bank. And so somehow he has found a vault key that I haven't. Definitive dead end, or is it? I can't pick this piece up, but it's shaped the same as these doorways. So is there a doorway thing that I need to... Because I have the metal for constructing all of the contraptions. And oh look, this is shaped the same as that other piece. As the... Where was it? Is it over here? We were just complaining about it. This right here. This would fit perfectly here, but I can't move. I can't do any of the, I can't do anything with it. I did kind of assume that the only thing to do with the angel statues was open the catacombs. And I could be wrong about that. There could be another puzzle with them that I have yet to solve. And yeah, again, horribly embarrassing to have missed those right at the front door. So I'm going to take a quick jaunt just in case. Again, I'm pretty sure there's nothing to do power hammer wise down here. But who can say? I didn't leave the boat over here. Which, you know, whatever. There, I would need to bring the elevator down for that to be relevant. Okay. Let's try to draft the tomb again tomorrow. Those are our current primary objectives. Get to room 8, draft the tomb, get the burning glass again. I don't have the bunk room, so I don't think it matters what room I end my day in. Check. Power hammer has been checked. Just making sure. And then we drop a bunch of coins in the pig. I don't know when I'm ever going to need this many coins, but not a bad day. We have a clear objective now from going into the tomb. And we know, with as much assurance as we can, that the power hammer does not have a use in the tomb specifically. The other reason that I was thinking that it might, I'll pull it up real quick. No, it's the mailroom. Randolph sent a letter, one of the last letters, that was extremely suspicious. Simon, if you do end up accessing the admin controls in the Blackbridge Grotto, I'm sure you noticed the sealed circular door to the left of the terminal. As you likely have concluded for yourself, this door can only be opened if 3 different microchips are inserted into the control pedestal. Normally, all 3 microchips are kept secured in 3 other locations, but I decided to make it easy for you, and I've left one of the microchips in the grotto for ready access. However, you will have to find a new clue or 2 to find the others. I found a new clue. I found one of them that did not require a sledgehammer. And so I think a sledgehammer is required for the other one. And so that's why I'm like power hammer obsessed, because currently, as long as I have the power hammer checked, I can't get a sledgehammer elsewhere. So that is my only sledgehammer. I'm going to need to bring it with me to places, if indeed there is something to be solved with it elsewhere. We've got 5 more days, I think, before the foundation shows up again, and we have to worry about drafting that. Come on, tomb. No. Okay, if we're trying to get to room 8, then root cellar might be the best. Shelter's okay. Shelter could... We still haven't tested that. I think we'll go for the shelter. I think based on another thing that was sent, that if you conduct a laboratory experiment, the radiation reading will be above 12 UV and will unlock all the doors in the house. Which sucks if we're trying to get to room 8, because we need to have a locked door at rank 8 to unlock for it. But it would be useful to know whether that is actually the case. Here we go again. The statement matching this statement is on an empty box. The gems are in a box with 3 statements. There are an equal number of true and false statements. I hate that one. Gems are in a box with a true statement. The gems are in a box with a false statement. The gem is on a the statement matching this statement is on an empty box. Gems are in a box with a false statement. There's at least 1 true statement on this box. This could be true. This could be... I don't think it could all be false, because there are statements on every box. So this could be our true box. Oh, because this is the one that we goofed earlier, I think. Let's say this is our false box. Gems are not in a box with 3 statements. Statement matching this statement is on an empty box. That would put them in blue, but both of those things can't be false. Because if it's in blue, then it has to be in a box with 3 statements. So this can't be all false. This could be all false. And then this is hybrid, this is all true. Because then the top can be true, the middle can be true, and then false, there are an equal number of true and false statements. But that's the problem we ran into. They weren't in this box, I don't think. If this is true, false, true, then we have 4 false, 2 true. Or if it is true, false, false, and then, but this would have to be all true or all false at that point, so that can't work. If this is all true, then it has to be in the white box. If this is all true, if this is all false, well, if this is all false, then they would have to be in the blue box. We can't have 2 hybrids, though. So what if these are all true? Then it has to be in the blue box. And that can't be correct, because the statement matching this statement is on an empty box. So that, again, this is problematic. If these can't both be false, because the gems have to be in a box with a statement. But the obvious further question is like, false statement, true statement. But it can't be in a box that has multiple of both, because there are only 3 total statements on any given box. So if this is all false, no, again, this can't all be false. So this has to be, it could be hybrid or true. Because it could be true, and then this box has the gems. So if this box is all true, then this would have to be false. This would have to be false. There is at least one true statement on this box. But then this would have to be all false, and that can't work. This could all be all false. This could be all true. This could be all true. Or hybrid, it could be true false. And they're in here. I think I'm just gonna go for that. I could be wrong, and it's fine if I'm wrong. Okay, cool. Woo! I'm still waiting for these parlor puzzles to get easy again. I don't want to block this avenue off already, but the nursery's pretty good. Okay. Sucks that we're sheltered here, but what can you do? Man, why is every door oriented like this? I could have just taken the passageway, I guess. That probably would have been smarter. We need to at least get the nook somewhere. Let's see if we can get it in the entrance hall down there. Or the den would be nice there, and then the nook. Kennel's probably fine. Pantry. Heyo. Welcome, Melissa. Nice to see you. To be fair, it's always nice to see you. It's not abnormal that you're here now that it's nice to see you, but it is nice to see you. We don't need more gems, but I kind of want to keep this open. Courtyard, I guess. Metal detector. Don't need that today, but nice to have. Oh, we have the storeroom here. It gives us 2 keys, and that's what we need. I didn't take a picture of that note in the attic, because I'm actually stupid. I'm actually just an idiot. Don't need the workshop either. Den here is probably okay. Corridor this early is also a little lame, but this was also a mistake, I think, because that means we just have the den as our last avenue. We have rerolls, but oh look, we can make the burning glass when we can't access what we need for it, to my knowledge. Commissary, let's get the shovel. We'll buy at least a couple of keys and the gem. Okay, so obviously the next thing that's going to happen is we're going to find a security guard and a door and have this day be useless. Okay, not completely useless yet. But it was the office that was the one marked, if I recall correctly. But what does that matter? They're not recording anything. The camera in the nursery is a little strangely oriented. The gallery looks like it's not updated because I did solve both of them. All of them. The vault's there twice. The Nook is there twice. Anyway. One coin, we can live with that. Security level low. Offline mode. Offline mode. Back. Exit. Let's go over. I mean, insult to injury, but whatever. Don't have the broken lever. I don't really want to... I'd rather have the dowsing... Or not the... Sorry. I'd rather keep what I've got. In terms of... having the metal detector find me more keys and coins. Utility box sucks. We're not going to put it here. We're going to get more stars, because we did use a lot to reroll. Take an extra key for free. Thank you. Maybe we do the dark room. We're sheltered, so it won't blind us. We'll take a jab. Get the magnifying glass. Still don't have any real mirror selfie. Again, doesn't seem like there's anything specifically to do with the mirror selfies. Or, again, the maids. Because apparently Bridget did leave a note for the new gardener. Bridget ostensibly is the one who left the note in the solarium for Robert Nogula. And so whoever Bridget is of these two, it's unclear. And it still feels like we should be able to develop this photo at some point, but I have no idea how we would do that. We could put the garage here. Be a bit of a waste, I think. But it's also just a dead end either way. We could redraw here. Laboratory. Much more desirable. None of these are great. Really, with the experiments, we just want to Okay, so if we draft the shelter, then we can start an experiment from the beginning of the day, and I'm dumb for not remembering that. Yeah. There's also kind of a test. But we can, with this, as long as we draft 2 more bedrooms at some point, we can trigger an experiment and then go do the radiation reading. Oh look, it's a new clue. Keep left. Could be a pillar in the tomb. Doesn't seem to be doing anything except sifting through garbage. Doesn't seem like there's anything on this page to be zoomed in on. It's just like, oh, there's stuff in the tomb that you need to make sure you look up or look at. Laura's word, Jorah's name. It's good to know. The only chess pieces featured are this white rook and this white king or queen. I think it's a king. Rook rhymes with cook. That's the only thing I can think of with it. Treasure map. Okay, deal. We can rotate the trophy room. I think we put the trophy room here. Bunch of free gems. Sure. Nice. Silver key is bueno. Veranda. Secret garden key is nice. I mean, let's put the conservatory here. Yeah. Twist my arm. I think I want the tunnel to be a little less common. Archives are already unusual. Feels like they show up more often than I ever want. I don't want to put them into rare, in case that affects things. I don't think I need the pool very much anymore, so I think I'm going to stick it to unusual. I mean, because it's a door that has three, it's a room that has 3 doors, and that's a reason to keep it common. I also might need to train things again, so I guess I don't want to make it too rare. Fine. Okay, so we've got security we can go up through. We've got the laboratory we can go up through. I think we'll go up the laboratory first, just because the east wing is more often locked. I'm running low on steps, aren't I? I think Secret Garden is probably fine to put here, right? Spread steps, or spread more fruit, which gives us more steps. Broken lever hammer. Sorry, broken lever. That motivates me to go back to the workshop, because now I can make the power or the jackhammer. Is there really not a dig spot in here? What the heck? Okay. I don't have that many more steps to mess around with. You're locked. You're locked. Of course you are. Of course you're all locked. I have a salt shaker, so let's amble back. Yeah. More effective than shovel excavation, digs deeper and finds better items, which is exactly what we want. Let's not use the silver key yet. I want to use that on a different orientation of room. Locker room spreads keys, and that could be very helpful as well. Again, we're kind of more stuck on steps than anything. Do the silver key here. Drawing room is good. Better than the closed exhibit for sure. So Alzara told me, he told me specifically that he won't speak to me again until we meet elsewhere. So I don't think there's any point specifically in drafting the rumpus room over the solarium, which might give us an increased chance of getting the gallery. So I think we're just going to take the solarium here. Take the fruit. We always like fruit. 3 ordinary gems. That's still pretty good. Rabbit's foot's good. Not locked, huh? That nursery is very tempting. I think we'll just take the bedroom, though. Like, we could go to the nursery, and then I guess we have 2. Maybe it is worth it to take the nursery. I don't have the sleeping mask, but key was spread here. That's good. Key was spread here. That's good. Key was spread here. That's also good. Okay. Archives would be a gamble, but I don't really want to take this early, especially if it's only gonna give me 2 doors. I think I'd rather redraw these. The quest bedroom gives us a bunch of steps, motivates us to open the antechamber. Study lets us redraw a lot. I'm going to take the quest bedroom just so we can have the experiment trigger. We did open that antechamber door. It'd be cool if we could just like easily cycle through rather than having to sit and watch it every time. I mean, I guess I would rather have it confirm where all three are every time than not, I think. I would care more. I would be happier about it if it had a more varied use than just revealing this. Anyway, words. Ballroom is very bad right now. Patio is probably okay. Bedroom gives us more steps. Let's do the bedroom. It can be placed elsewhere where the patio can't be, and so taking it out of our draft pool is okay. It's got to be one of these. Take the drafting studio. Oh look, the coin. We'll do the bunk room for the steps. And again, we can end our day here and maybe have an increased chance of the tomb. Let's do the music room in case it gives us major key, room 8 key. We have a bunch of money with either armory or the re-roll the corners. I think we'll re-roll the corners. Prism key, not helpful. Neat, but not helpful. I don't have the key card. Boiler room gives us the greatest number of options to still roll the gallery and then still have a locked room, ideally on rank 8. So we'll take the boiler room. The prism key doesn't fit because it's, yeah. How much do we want to reroll? We don't need the steps. Cloister's useless. Great Hall's fairly useless. I don't want to go below 50 stars. We'll take the sauna. Might as well. gives us a star. I think that's better than food we won't need. Hooray, we accomplished our quest. Okay. I don't think there's a way we can do it, because the gallery is straightforward. So even if we draft the gallery, we won't be able to put... we won't be able to put the key in to rank 8. But let's at least reroll to see if we can confirm that getting the gallery... is there a specific place that the gallery needs to be rolled at? That could be interesting. Doesn't hurt us to freeze our accounts, I don't think. I mean, heck, we could even go make the burning glass and... I don't know what we'd do with that. Get another prism key. Okay. Again, kind of a bummer day. Starting with a lot of steps and a lot of resources. So let's go stop in the bunk room. Hopefully that gives us the tomb. And hopefully tomorrow is our good day today. Hunting lodge, huh? Okay. All the money in the world. More than enough gems to draft anything we could need. That's not true. That's patently not true, but, you know, it feels nice to say. Tomb. Dang it. I mean, we could gambit again for another big gem saving day, but pretty much useless. Trading post only helps us if we need to get the burning glass, which we don't. So I think root cellar is the only pick here. It'd be cool if we could reroll. It might even be worth it in the future to draft at least to the boudoir and then come out here and try to reroll to get the tomb on a day. Because I don't think you can open the tomb from the catacombs. I think it's only the other way around. That's so easy. Where's the trick? Where's the trick? Where's the trick? Why is it so... Oh, we're layering it now? We're doing multiple layers of puzzles? I hate you. +5. -7 squared. No, come on, fam, come on. 81 divided by 9. Why? Why? This was so pleasant. This was so pleasant before. Why did we have to stop such a good thing? 9 squared minus 21 is 60 divided by 10 is 6. We're not done yet? Is this the pool puzzle final exam? 10 times 15, rounded to the nearest 100, divided by 10, divided by 10. Okay, it is the final exam. Oh. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Unconscionable. Making me go through all of that. And only giving me the secret garden key. Come on, fam. I want the observatory, but I'd rather have the library pointing this way and being able to check out a new clue again. Conference room. Good thing to stick in an earlier rank. Sure. Cupcake. Nice. We'll take them. I don't know. I'm happy to have gotten the cupcake before the salt shaker, because I don't think salt on a cupcake would be tasty by any stretch. We're gonna need keys, and so I think I am gonna go back from here. Whatever, let's draft this first. Kennel could completely obviate the need for keys. I wonder how far up this side we can get without keys. Hi, buddy. You're a good boy. We'll keep the apple here just in case. I mean, do I want the secret garden? Do we want to spread fruit already? Sure. I want the greenhouse, but let's do the laboratory. I think small chest to the entrance hall is pretty good. That's likely to get us all the keys that we could need. Yeah, I mean, we could just draft the garage and call this side cleared. I don't want the maid's chamber. Corridor. Probably better elsewhere. I don't know. Nice. Nice. So how many of these do we want to open? That's the real question. We still have the Nook that we can draft, so I'm not too worried about running out of keys. So I say we just go full ham. Wow. I don't think we need to worry about money today. I also don't think we need to worry about that corner in the bottom right. I think I'd rather have more avenues to draft from so we don't, screw ourselves over again. That's a good observatory spot. Sure, we'll take these. Do the den here, I guess. The rotunda. It's probably, it sucks because we have to sit here and watch the rooms rotate, but I don't want to archive ourselves too quickly. Security first. A compass. We don't really want that today. I remember making the gallery a rare room, thinking that I'll draft it and I'll solve it when I need, and it'll be fine. And that happened. That happened. I solved it when I needed it. But now, suddenly, I mean, we could lose half of our steps and have it not hurt that bad. It would hurt, but that puts us to roughly normal starting steps rather than a major loss. But also we can just redraw. I don't think we need to hurt ourselves that badly. Passageway is probably fine. We want to draft from the rotunda because then we can rotate the room. Cloister's useless in that spot. We don't need the parlor. Courtyard could be fine. Still no key card, huh? I see how it is. I'm not so confident in how many keys I can get that I want to draft the Great Hall before I draft the Foyer. Vestibule's probably okay, because we have a ton of steps. It doesn't hurt if we have to open useless doors and go back through them. We would also just redraw. Casino's only really good if we need to buy something. We have the broken lever. This is also a pretty bad spot for the cloister. Only 2 possible rooms, and I've already drafted 2 of the interior. But it's gonna keep coming. I think let's do corridor and then see if we can get the cloister from here. Because then at least we can try to go to the side and get something, hopefully. Probably not the end of the world. Except I have to do another one of these freaking parlor puzzles. This statement matching this statement is on a box containing gems. The statement matching this statement is on a completely true box. That sucks. So these are false. That means this is false and this is true. This is true. This is true. And that puts him here. So we'll just do this, because it doesn't matter that much if we're wrong. Cool. Easier than I was afraid of. Let's go up from the den. Yeah, I mean, I get it wrong more often than I want to admit, Melissa. And so I totally get the sentiment of never being able to figure them out. I just keep bashing my head against them, and eventually it usually comes out right somehow. I think we're gonna do secret passage and hope that it leads to... Well, we can do gymnasium. It's probably fine. And then we can turn the rotunda once, and that will connect all of these drafts without needing to move them. I can move the rotunda again. And if we ever get to a point where we need the steps, we can rotate it some more. Drawing room, sure. Let's go up again. Dining room's probably fine. We could do the rumpus room. just because it lets us go forward. Give us 8 coins. We can just see what Great Elzar has to say. I think I'm going to do the rerolls again. Either get the conservatory or hopefully if we can get the gallery in the corner, that'd be sick. Doesn't even give us the option to drop a coin, which is fine. That's what we expected. I did look it up. Music room can't give the room 8 key, so not worth it to draft that. Okay. We'll put the solarium here. Because increased chance to draft rear rooms, the conservatory is, as I recall, I said conservatory. The gallery is, as I recall, a rear room. I think we can check that, actually. Yeah, it is rare. So, let's go down. Let's go drawing room first. Gonna keep that meal in case we do have to draft the weight room. Ballroom, definitely not. We could do the vestibule. I think we just use the free redraw first. Let's do the foyer. Foyer. Again, I don't think there's anything in here that matters. Ballroom, bad. Bad, 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 bad. Archives, also pretty bad. We could do the pantry, just get it out of the draft pool. I don't hate that. Not even an apple, jerks. Maybe next time we get the tomb. Again, I think it's a bold assumption. It's something we can try at least, because this page goes to this page where, apropos of nothing, we have apple, banana, orange. And so maybe it's because it's 2 for an apple, 3 for a banana, and 5 for an orange. So maybe we would do 2nd, 3rd, and 5th angel. It'll give us something. So I think we'll try that at the very least when we go to the tomb. Now we want the Great Hall because all the doors are unlocked. Sure, let's go up. Sure, all the doors are unlocked. I don't think we need that many more gems at this point. I don't know if this is a good call, but we're not going to go into the antechamber in case we draft the quest bedroom. Okay, so I think roughly now is when we're going to want to start re-rolling things. But also, let's put the weight room here. We aren't going to need that many more steps anymore. Let's get it out of the pool, and that blows. No. Because we need to keep at least one rank 8 room drafted, or draftable. This sucks. Do the boiler room. We have the secret garden. So, pro gamer move. What if we go to the secret garden, open the left and right antechambers, and then draft out of the antechamber and see if we can get the gallery, and then have this be our locked door for rank 8. It's basically the only strat we have left, I think. And so it sucks. We can't dig these up because that'll unlock the room. It sucks to have picked the weight room here. So let's go eat the meal, I guess. I think the pheasant wants the trophy room, which I don't think we have today. Yeah. And we won't be able to draft because we don't have the gems for it, so we will just eat this now. Such a long trip. Holy cow. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Awful, terrible, miserable. Okay, so the rooms reset every day. Yes, certain rooms have certain items in them that let us take advantage of certain things. Specifically, the room that has the puzzles that you solved for us, that you helped solve. You solved one of them for sure. The room that has those puzzles is the only room that has... I don't want to pick that. Do I want to pick that up? Don't. I'm not going to pick that up. It's the only room that has a certain key that unlocks a different room that I haven't been to before. I want to get to that room because there might... One, there's an achievement associated with it. Two, there's a... one of the lines from the book that is giving us advice said that if we consider our directory a trajectory, it'll cause a full mental lapse, but I think that might be for the person who is trying to snuff things out, the member of the Red Guard, the fascist police organization. That it was a full mental lapse for them, not for us, because we have access to the full house where they didn't. So, as you might guess, in the room directory, room 8 is number 8. And so I want to be able to have that before I really dig into that, like reading all of these. I'll still read all of them at the end of the day if... at the end of the stream, I should say, if I can't get to room 8. But I want to see what room 8 is in case it has big plot energy, as it were, big information for us. Oh, it's just the compass again. Okay. So yeah, there are specific rooms that have specific items and or access to specific puzzles that we need, more than just connecting rooms to rooms. Did that answer your question sufficiently? Cool. Wow. Hashtag blessed. Turns out I just needed to rant about it, it seems. Presumably, we'll unlock room 8. Let's go put it to a test. Yes. Okay. Each has a pedestal. To what end? Oh. Yes, yes, yes. That's what I was most interested in, was whether it would be the painting or not, and it is. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, so we have to put all the animal statues on these. That's so great. Okay, and they are pickable. Okay. The sum of my sin as it is penned is a number within the room we are in. The sum of my sin as it is penned. I mean, maybe. Oh, and there are more than 8 or 7, so that's... You won't find my sin in between sin, for I deserve to be in a bin on the end. If we spend a min or 10 lounging in the den, you'll know which bin I'm often in. The bin I tend to wind up in is near the bend in the tail of the skin. Okay, so either envy or hubris. I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. It's my chagrin. To my chagrin, my neighbor's bin is written thin to fit it all in. So probably gluttony or mundanity, which is not one of the 7 deadly sins. But gluttony, avarice, and mundanity are the ones that are written thin compared to the rest. I recommend you think again if I am ever in a bin far from the fin. To first begin, place me within a bin with an N written within its sin. So, lounging in the den, you'll know which bin I'm often in. It's a bear. I have sat in the den for multiple minutes and nothing's changed. I think there's a bear in the den. As it is penned is a number within the room we are in. So the sum of your sin is 8, presumably. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if this penguin is on 1, it is on gluttony. Glut-tony. Okay. Ever in a bin far from the fin. So those 3 are the ones that I would put as close to the fin. Neighbor's sin, a letter and its twin appear on each bin. I don't think there are any next to each other that both have double letters. So maybe the rabbit isn't used. Appear on each bin. Yeah, because the closest would be mundanity and avarice, because avarice is 2 A's. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. But it could be that it's just both. It's next to one that has a double letter. And so we'll put you in mundanity for now. To first begin, place me within a bin with an N within its sin. So that is either envy, gluttony, or mundanity. So we'll put you in envy. If you need to be on the end, you're either at hubris or mundanity, and that means the rabbit would have to be on avarice. I suspect the swan, being the absent family crest, isn't going to be used. That would be my bet. Just meta gaming the puzzle. So if this monkey goes here next to the bend of the tail, we'll put the rabbit here. We'll put the dog in mundanity. To my chagrin, my neighbor's bin is rich and thin to fit it all in. Your neighbor's bin, so you could be sloth or rat. I feel like the den is going to be sloth. But that doesn't seem to have solved. Well, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess we do have to put the swan in. I heard something. Oh. 2 allowance tokens, that's it? Oh, come on, fam. That's fine. A little disappointing, if I'm being honest. First try, though. That's cool. Unsurprisingly, key 8 unlocked the door leading to a familiar-looking room, a cryptic room that had been previewed in the final 8-letter artwork exhibited in the gallery. It is now time to ruminate over the bins, sins, and pins contained within. So what about the pins? Well, okay, fine. Fine. Well, cool. We don't have to worry about that anymore. Let's go see if we can get the conservatory. because that's a generically good thing to get. Conservatory. I like the conference room because it's a free room that has a lot of benefit and a lot of doors. So we're going to make it commonplace. The den being commonplace is good. Weight room is already rare and it still manages to screw us up. Maybe I put it down to unusual. Well, no. It would have to be more common than that to not be triggered by the solarium. So maybe keeping it rare is good. Veranda's good. We could take the utility closet, and that would give us access to the weight room's door. I think that's probably the safer choice, because we already turned off the security system. We can go, I don't think we have enough steps for it, but we could go out to the garage and walk out. And that might be a good way to end the day. Don't have the steps for it. We have all these redraws. Let's just be a little greedy. Yeah, showroom's good. Moon pendant, master key, and we hope that one or both of those items shows up next time. We don't really want another shop. Let's just use a normal key. Yes, we want more steps. So yeah, let's go. I don't think we have enough steps, but we're gonna try to go out the garage. And just see if we can dig up something underneath that big oak. In case that was secretly a clue. We turned the gymnasium off. So I think going through there is... I guess it's not going to be faster, it's going to be the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Oh, I could have just gone straight. And that would have saved me steps. I am dumb. That's fine. Fine. So if I keep the compass for tomorrow, I'm going to be so upset. I guess I don't need to go out the garage. I could go up. But we have more than enough steps, so it doesn't matter. Hi, Dougie. Yeah. This is a big tree. This is the biggest tree, and it might be a great oak, but that's like, those don't look like oak leaves in my head. I don't know what oak leaves look like in my head. I can't get to that oak tree, so I don't even know. That's kind of cool though, that the secret garden goes the other levers behind. Because these are presumably pine trees. Okay. So let's take a look at our directory real quick. We'll do a quick read through of the rooms in our house and see if there's any information that we can glean from those. I'm curious if there is something on this corner. One of the notes that I wrote down from, because again, one of the red letters is from someone named Courtney. And so my assumption is that Courtney is Lionel Epson's daughter, which would make Mary her cousin. And then my assumption is that Mary's close association, or Courtney and Mary's close association, might lead Courtney to call her cousin's uncle her uncle. But that's also just a shot in the dark. In order to be Mary's cousin, it can't be like a illegitimate child from Clara or Simon. It would either have to be Herbert's child, but if it's Herbert's child, she wouldn't call him uncle. And if it's Lionel, like Lionel's child seems the most likely, because I don't think there's no evidence that we've seen that Thomas and Aljravel I don't know how you say her name, ever had another child. So it seems, anyway, tangential, but it seems most likely that Lionel got married and had a child. Child's name was Courtney. Courtney was invested in the disappearance of Mary and complained to Herbert about it. Sorry for covering my map as I was mousing over that stuff. Okay, so I'm going to write down the first word of each directory as a trajectory, just because that seems, it's the kind of thing that maybe they would do. But also it's going to be really hard for them to pull it off well. The foundation. The cornerstone of the house, unvarying and unchanging. The foundation is one of the only constants on the estate on which you can truly rely. This natural cavity was hauled directly out of the mountain itself, with its stone and earth walls displaying an underlying coarseness that the rest of the mansion conceals. 3 days left. Past the steps and beyond the grand doors, admission to Mount Holly is granted by way of a dark and garish lobby, suitably called the entrance hall. From here, each guest's adventure begins. However, the 3 doors that proceed onward do not always lead to the same adjoining rooms. an unfurnished, unfinished, and otherwise unremarkable empty room. Few potted plants scattered throughout this empty space complement the few strokes of green paint that were haphazardly applied to one of this room's unfinished walls. Yeah, we're kind of out of a possibility here, because the past and is not most likely to mean anything, but a circular chamber with a domed ceiling adorned with an array of mechanical gears. In the center of the room, a stone podium serves as a central pivot point for the chamber's true purpose, rotation. Fitting function for a room named Rotunda, which means clockwise room in Arahim. Which, you know, that is somewhat big. Unda meaning room is good to know. I'm afraid my headset may have just actually snapped a bit, so we'll see if we'll figure that out later. Parlor, this cozy lounge furnished with couches and armchairs serves as the perfect social setting for receptions and after parties. Consequently, this was one of those popular rooms for entertaining, and the late H.S. Sinclair was known to supply a myriad of parlor games to encourage his guests to think and conversate. Once a quaint space for amateur gambling, the billiard room has been expanded into a full-blown pool hall, an after-hours magnet for sharks and hustlers aiming to make a quick buck off an unsuspecting mark, where the curious game of darts continues to provide the less competitive players a unique opportunity to ponder over its unusual rules. A small chamber, we already read that one. I read that one earlier. Before his passing, H.S. Sinclair personally selected the artwork that was displayed here each year, purposefully omitting the composition titles to leave the interpretation of each piece for the viewers themselves to realize. Unsurprisingly, we did read that. A very modest, recessed space used for storage. This particular closet is favored by the junior members of the staff, who utilize it to stash away assorted articles and knickknacks, whose proper place in the estate is yet unknown to them. The stylish and smart clothes in this generously sized closet belong to the former mistress of the estate, Lady Epson. Though the small dressing room has not been used in many years, it is nevertheless kept up and preserved in the state you now find it. High above the mansion in its lofty perch, Mount Holly's attic provides the curious explorers with a cache of dusty keepsakes, trinkets, and clues from a long-forgotten past. A dedicated storage space filled from end to end with a surplus of chairs, carpets, paintings, and a handful of other things that had at one time been in vogue and on display in other rooms of the house. A snug corner reading room, which serves as a quiet, private place for guests to spend a few hours of their afternoon away from the hustle and bustle of the staff. Entering and exiting out the west-facing private drive, the garage serves as a more practical and informal entrance point into the estate. A small recital hall, providing an ideal setup for musical performers and accompanists, is not uncommon for at least a few recitals and performances to be held in this intimate setting each year. Its poolside locker room is of course not always poolside, but it is much more convenient for guests when it is, and much less annoying for the servant who must follow the dripping swimmer across the house searching for their locker. A more traditional family room, warm and inviting, so comfortable, one might assume that the countless clocks around the sofas are placed in a futile attempt to avoid inevitably wasting the entire day here. Mood. Wine cellar. A short staircase leads down to this below-ground cellar, revealing an impressive collection of bottles from every respectable vintage of the last 200 years. To the seasoned wine aficionado, the labels displayed here would indicate a preference for prioritizing extravagance and rarity over quality. The polished brass of the treasured laurels filling the trophy case of this room reveal the pride their owner must feel having earned them. Achievement is its own reward, but a gold cup is also nice. An opulent hall with a polished mirror floor. In the old days, numerous balls and dances were held in this splendid room. However, as he aged, the Baron began to prefer private parties in the parlor over the grand formal receptions of his youth. A well-stocked pantry is always the true test of a large estate, and keeping Mount Holly's wide gamut of ingredients and supplies stocked has always been one of the primary priorities of the house staff. A uniquely modern furnished gaming room, the Rumpus Room has provided many guests to the estate with countless hours of recreation. The room is outfitted with a record player, 2 television sets, a collection of board games, and a mysterious antique fortune-telling automaton named Alzara. A secure on-site depository filled with steel walls and numbered lockers. This fortified strong room holds a good portion of the Sinclair fortune, despite the fact that silver inventories have led accountants to assume the true legacy is hidden elsewhere. Interesting. The late Sinclair's personal home office, a room he used exclusively for business affairs and the running of the estate, a task he took increasingly more satisfaction in overseeing in his later years. A social sitting room adorned wall-to-wall with artwork and drawings. An unfinished sketch of your uncle sits on an easel in the middle of the room, providing a vivid image of what were presumably his final days, depending on when the project was abandoned. After the passing of the Baroness Orabai, schoolhouse. Orabai. None of those seem to be prefixes or suffixes that we know. But that is Orabai. That is Herbert's mother. After the passing of Baroness Orabai, her private study was claimed by her eldest son, Herbert Sinclair. For years, he immersed himself in the countless notebooks she left behind, drawing inspiration from her discarded ideas. From mechanical puzzles to architectural blueprints, each endeavor he pursued in this room was realized in the shade of her creative legacy. Two stories of wall-to-wall books surround the reader in this room, exhibiting either a bountiful spring of knowledge or typical interior design sensibilities of the wealthy. A few books have been withdrawn from the shelves and placed on rostrum stands in various corners of the library. Those open books that are completely blank also make me suspicious that there is a way to reveal hidden text somehow. But we'll see about that. Reflections of reflections. This confusing room can sometimes prove disorienting to the wayward guest. However, upon closer inspection, they quickly realize that viewing this room from more than one perspective is key to unraveling its secrets. Yeah, we have figured that out. An indoor Orindian pool was one of the more modern additions to the estate, the inclusion of which provided a convenient excuse for building a handful of other rooms which normally complement an indoor pool but are often compulsory inclusions. As an architect and engineer, it was not uncommon to find your great uncle spending the better part of his weekends here at a drafting table with T-square and compass in hand. Over half of the floor plans of Mount Holly were conceptualized, refined, and drafted in this studio. One benefit of the restoration of old buildings is that it allows the owners to update and add modern amenities. The utility closet and the circuit breaker box within were set up when gas power and lighting was retired and replaced by a more fashionable home electrical system. A utility room serving as a central hub for controlling the heating and steam power supplied to various rooms of the estate. Steam power is conveyed through the estate through steam ducts that run through select rooms. These floor plans must be drafted in an alignment that will facilitate the steam traveling through the house to reach its intended destination. This facility, dedicated to the filtration and flow of water throughout the estate, houses 5 water pumps and 3 oversized tanks. The pump room can be utilized for a number of maintenance tasks, from draining the pool to activating the sprinkler system. I've never activated the sprinkler system before. Okay, we might have to try that again. Security, a control room with state-of-the-art surveillance equipment, inventory system, and access control via an electronic computer terminal. This room is where the estate patrol guards kick up their feet and thank their stars they are living in the modern era. Workshop. Springs, screws, and coils scattered atop the workbench show signs of this room's frequent use. A craftsman's studio dedicated to creativity and invention, this room was used by your uncle regularly whenever he needed to fix or improve a gadget or contraption. A fully staffed research facility furnished with all manner of scientific equipment and measurement devices, this home laboratory provides a controlled environment in a remote location, far from prying eyes and traditional safety regulations. A traditional wood-lined Korarikan-style sauna. So Korarika is just Finland, you say. Temperature controlled and exceptionally relaxing, the invigorating effects of this room will leave you waking up the next day feeling rejuvenated. A cloakroom where guests may leave their coats, bags, or hats in exchange for a plane ticket. This floor plan was usually drafted at joining the entrance hall during larger social events such as a ball or a gala, however you want to say that. Mail room, a dedicated mailing room in which incoming and outgoing post and packages are sorted and then delivered within the estate to their intended recipients, now with no contact delivery. Dedicated to deep freeze and cold storage, Mount Holly's freezer is an insulated space kept almost as frigid as the snowy mountains of Korarika. Okay, so maybe we can go solve that then. Sustaining a sub-zero temperature is vital for keeping the items in this room under ice. An intimate and warm room with a large dining table boasting a serving tray with a silver dome cover. Dinner is served here each evening. Housing an impressively large telescope, Mount Holly's observatory is a window to the world above and beyond the clouds and sky. Though through its mirrored lens, even a novice stargazer will be able to distinctly appreciate the wonders, signs, and constellations that punctuate the tapestry of night. That's good. That punctuate the tapestry of night. That's pretty good. In his later years, H.S. Sinclair had become withdrawn from public light and conducted all business from the comfort and privacy of home. This included the occasional board meetings which were held in the professional setting of this room. In addition to having a bouquet of colorful fish, each tank in the aquarium is also inspired by the decor and colors of the various types of rooms found throughout the estate. The new addition of starfish complement this theme, giving the many aquatic creatures in this room a comparable equivalent to the night sky. From its root meaning, the room before, all signs and paths point toward the antechamber. This mysterious sealed room, resting on the 9th rank, may prove, however, quite an initial challenge to even reach, let alone enter. Still, you can't help but draw a connection between this chamber and room 46. The mysterious room mentioned in H.S. Sinclair's will, named only by a number, despite the house's official blueprint only showing a total of 45 rooms. The words of the legal document make it apparent that a 46th room in the house in fact exists, finding this room as your primary objective while on the estate. It is, after all, your big quest. There was another puzzle that was tied to italicized rooms, or italicized words. And so let's go and write all of the italicized words from in sequence. Only rotunda always or improve, technically. Might not count. Drafted. The room before. Request. I don't know if that's anything, but some of the italicized words are a little suspicious. Like the coat check drafted is a little suspicious. I don't know why that would be italicized for this sentence. So let's keep that in mind with the rest of the rooms. A familiar room they may have slept in at some prior visit in the past. Like most bedrooms of the estate, these quarters offer you a little rest and recuperation during a long day's exploring the surrounding rooms. A private salon with a plethora of fainting couches and chaise lounges that serve both as a dressing room for her ladyship in the mornings and a cozy sitting room for her in the evenings. A small bedroom maintained and kept available for accommodating weekend guests and impromptu visitors who find themselves compelled to stay the night. One of the few rooms you vividly remember from your visits here in your youth, though even at the time you remember feeling a little old for the activities provided here. The twin cribs found in this room might suggest that at one point in time there had been some hopeful expectations of sudden growth of the family tree. That's also kind of interesting. That is kind of interesting. A cold, empty room devoid of ornamentation and personal effects, this suspiciously humble bedroom belonged to the Baron's personal valet, Hartley Rota, who had unchallenged access to even the most clandestine areas of the estate. The rustic, wooden, stacked bunk beds evoke the enticing promise of campfire stories and childhood adventures. The bedroom served as a pillow fort and bedroom of the young Sinclair boys, and has remained faithfully unchanged over the years. Double dead-end, double bedroom. Tucked quietly away in the west wing of Mount Holly is the decorative bedroom of your grandmother, Lady Epson. The style you find unique in the house is a fitting tribute to her childhood home in Iraha. H.S. Sinclair's own room, though perhaps soon you may consider it your own. One of the many nondescript hallways sneaking through the estate, providing elegant causeways between the more noteworthy destinations that the house has to offer. The west wing of the estate has been closed since the death of Lady Epson. It is unsurprising, therefore, that this hallway in its neglected state features boarded windows and dust-smothered furniture. This fenestrated hallway overlooks the east side of the estate grounds and is warmed in the early day by the light of the rising afternoon sun. A long hall with two doors at either end that had been one of your uncle's most frequently traveled rooms. Consequently, had left strict instructions with household staff that the doors of this corridor should never under any circumstances be locked. Interesting. The long, cramped series of unfinished passages used primarily by the servant staff to traverse the estate quickly. A small dead-end room with an ordinary bookcase that exemplifies the best means to escape the confinements of our world has always been through books. The grand Baroque hall of Mount Holly is impressive to behold. This ornamented passage is flanked with marble pillars and features bust statues of the more prominent figures of the Sinclair family legacy. A room of many doors and even more choices, the Great Hall is unquestionably the largest hallway of the house, but is also the least useful. The doors lining its walls are always locked, perhaps for a reason. So many A's that I'm having a hard time imagining this is truly useful, but we're almost done. A terrace balcony overlooking the grounds, providing an ideal spot for appreciating all the verdure and greenery that the estate offers. A roofed outdoor seating area located along the perimeter of the estate. During the summer evenings, it is not unusual for the grill to be employed while entertaining acquaintances of a more informal nature. A charming spot, granting guests a bit of fresh air and open skies within the privacy of the manor walls. You can't quite put your finger on it, but this room now really reminds you of the corridor. A colonnade surrounding an enclosed and seemingly inaccessible garden. The statue of Rinna, the paragon of gardening, has been placed here at the behest of the gardener, who should be very pleased to see his dream fulfilled. This relaxing breezeway serves as an ideal spot for rocking chairs and lemonade. This room is always warm, as its glass walls and roof help to retain the sun's rays. The gardener should be pleased that the long-neglected flower beds have finally been blessed with the glistening gift from the sprinklers installed above. The best thing to go with breakfast is a morning newspaper and a coffee. A floor plan so secretive that it had been removed from the drafting pool to avoid anyone unwanted accidentally stumbling upon it. This secluded garden, flanked by a variety of Morajai fruit trees, has served as a private retreat to at least 2 other generations of Sinclairs. That would probably be Herbert and Thomas, whatever. The staff commissary is always stocked with household goods and supplies at a reasonable cost. This provides the servant of the estate with an invaluable service, especially to the live-in staff who may only expect to leave the property once or twice a month. A standard kitchenette with all the typical amenities: a stove, refrigerator, oven, and sink. This gallery is where the cooking staff prepares the daily cuisine that will later be served in the dining room. Considering the amount of floor plans and different doors that can appear on any given day, it was only a matter of time before a full-time locksmith service became an essential requisite on the estate. An array of jewelry display cabinets showcasing an impressive selection of the high-priced items, each unique and one of a kind. This exclusive collection is not for the faint of purse. No joke. A standard hub of domestic toil, complete with washers, dryers, and a state-of-the-art steam-powered unit, leveraging the newly installed steam ducts leading from the boiler room. Despite its innocent appearance, this inconspicuous space is rumored to launder more than just linen. This cozy little bookstore is often tucked away in the more secluded corners of the estate, giving guests little opportunity to appreciate the curated selection of equally rare books it offers. Titles purchased in the bookshop will automatically be added to the library's book request form, which fittingly is the only room in which this rare floor plan can be drawn from. But I'm not certain on that correction. A stone chamber fitted with ancient weapons and armor from the Second Era. This room appears to predate almost every other room in the house directory and may in fact be an authentic floor plan from one of the lost strongholds of Arindia Iris. Thank you for visiting Mount Holly. We hope you enjoyed your stay here. A room one might go to great lengths to avoid showing guests, despite them always probing for its location. A private sacristy, as ornate as the most lavish rooms of the state, was watched over by the 8 Aheron angels depicted in stained glass. This room was more a tribute to your uncle's vanity than it was to his faith. A typical example of the accommodations for the live-on staff on the estate. It appears this particular bedroom belongs to one of the maids. We don't know who, though. Countless shelves of documents and towering file cabinets make this otherwise immense space seem small and cramped. These archives contain almost a century of records and files pertaining to the Sinclair family's numerous interests, many of which are sealed and unable to be accessed. A half-court intended for basketball and racquetball, which was seldom used by anyone apart from the junior staff during their lunch hour. At least they did before Mrs. Babbage disallowed the practice, noting how worn out staff members were after a game. Shame. A room dedicated to photo processing, development, and printmaking. This room is outfitted with safe lights, which provide red illumination to which the photographic material is insensitive. However, due to a faulty installation, the safe lights often overload the circuit capacity and blow fuse. An exercise room outfitted with weightlifting equipment. A good workout session here will wipe you out and leave you with little energy left for exploring. Because when you go to a weight room, you have to exercise, Mike. No options. You have to do it. The main centralized heat source for the estate, you may find yourself starting to sweat after drafting this room. So these are all the rooms that you added from the drafting studio. A towering loft serving as home to many of the feathered locals of Mount Holly. As a devout bird watcher and amateur ornithologist, Mary had petitioned her uncle for years for this to be built on the estate. Home to several of Sinclair's hunting companions, it can be assumed these friendly hounds have been anxious to meet their new master. Access to Mount Holly's clock tower has always been heavily restricted, which might explain why maintenance has been unable to mend the perpetually halted clock face, a testament to the unchanging winds of the sacred hour. Okay. So, in the clock tower, this is the note that you find. The first letters spelling the word sacred here. So the sacred hour, then, presumably, is 1 o'clock. The clock is set to 1:30. Good to know. Broken clock face is a testament to the sacred hour. In scare quotes. Okay, little tidbit. Don't know if it counts as a gem or not, but it's a tidbit. I also don't know why it keeps going back to the red rooms. Classroom, an exact copy of the floor plan used in the architectural design of Reddington Elementary. These copies were deployed in Mount Holly as a short-term solution to allow the curriculum to continue uninterrupted while the new school was being built in town. Yeah, it keeps going to the red rooms. That's... shouldn't. Solarium. A quaint floral sitting room surrounded entirely by tinted glass panes. The solarium is ideal for tea in the afternoon or getting some sun without the hassle of going outside. These small sleeping quarters, devoid of frills and distractions, are ideal for the student, scholar, or denizen of academia who wishes to focus on their studies without diversion or interruption. Study and sleep, rinse and repeat. An ornately framed yet modestly sized hall, it had served as the original antechamber in the old days before eventually being removed from the estate for having doors that were prone to becoming stuck. The Mount Holly Casino offers an intimate and exciting setting for wagers of any scale, and guests may be surprised to discover how much strategy is involved in these machines, which are traditionally only thought of as games of chance. The buy-in of 2 gems is required for admittance into this exclusive room. A circular theater featuring a dome-shaped projection screen upon which scenes of the stars and galaxies allow viewers to experience the splendor of the heavens. An iron-vaulted mechanical chamber affixed with motorized panels that can reveal up to 8 different doors depending on the parameters at the time of creation. Going under all obstacles, the tunnel pierces through the walls and rooms alike. This crudely excavated passage looks to be the work of someone determined to get where they are going, regardless of whether the house's floor plan is accommodating or not. This Baroque arboretum showcases and preserves the rarest specimens of every type and variety. Through selective propagation, the garden here may influence which flora, that's funny, will be considered commonplace during the next season. a painstakingly produced, accurate representation of one of the so-called closed exhibits of the Fen Iris Royal Museum. A simple shed with a variety of tools used by the groundskeepers in the course of their duties. An underground bunker located away from the main house, this fallout shelter was designed specifically for air raids and features thick walls made from lead and other materials intended to block radiation. A computer terminal within has been connected to the house's network system should an emergency necessitate remote access. Long before Reddington Elementary was opened, the school convened in a single small building. As the body grew over the years, the need for separate classrooms for each grade arose, and the Mount Holly Schoolhouse was officially closed down. A sacred silence permeates this candlelit cavern, whose flickering lights add to the holy aura shining down upon a meditative statue. Stone hands present forth a stone bowl to the devout pilgrim who may wish to make an offering of gold. An underground store of jarred vegetables and fruits from Mount Holly's gardens. It's always amazing what great things come from a little digging around in the dirt. A squalid dwelling on the edge of the estate belonging to one of the groundskeepers. An outpost established on the outskirts of Mount Holly in the era before the New Realms. The station allowed the frontiersmen and trappers of these mountains to trade goods and services with the estate to the locals and one another. This Sinclair family crypt is as gloomy as it is immense. The true Sinclair legacy lies here, resting underneath the stones of a parade of distant relations and forgotten ancestors. Okay, this is one more floor plan that I know of for sure where I can find it. It's the Lost and Found that I've never wanted to add because the effect is rough. You lose an item every time you go into the room. It gives you 2 items, often rare ones, but I've not found that to be worthwhile. So, again, doesn't seem obviously that the directory is a trajectory for us. Drafted the room before is like suspicious in italic or italicized text, because in sequence drafted there isn't italicized text on any of these. And then the room before, and then bequest. So there might be something here, but I don't think or improve. The other italicized word was only, and so only drafted the room before bequest is a sentence, is also always or rotunda. Always here. And then only here, and then rotunda here. Maybe only clockwise room, always drafted before the room before bequest. Does that mean that there's something in the rotunda If we draft it the room before bequest, can we repellent away the antechamber? I don't think so. That'd be crazy if we had to repellent the antechamber and then draft the rotunda in its place. Okay. Clockwise room. Only clockwise room. Always drafted before. Always drafted the room before bequest. Okay. I think that's enough headbanging against this for now. Maybe I will pop in some other time, not on stream, and go through all of these again. But once on stream is surely enough. Okay, so that means we still have the goal of burning glass in the tomb. We don't have the bunk beds here, so we can't try to influence that. We had a successful experiment trigger. I don't think I've remotely accessed a room today. I think I tested that out a different day. It's hard. The days start to blur together the more you do of them. But let's go see if I can remote access the shelter from security. Okay. All doors are unlocked. That's neat. Good to know that that works the way that I thought it would. It is a question how far all doors are unlocked goes. I don't think it extends to Blackbridge. And I can't imagine it extends to room 46. Which isn't locked in the first place, it's just obstructed, you know? Anyway, okay. Let's call it a day. Let's start the next day, see what we keep. I've got about an hour left, a little over an hour to play. So hopefully this day we get the tomb and we get to open it. We get to open those, light those candles, and reveal more things. Thank you for putting up with me reading through the entire directory. The entire directory that I have unlocked, even. I got 3 rooms that I don't have. I'm pretty sure it's just 3. Yeah, I'm missing 3. I know where one of them is. I would be shocked if the last two safes each have one of the rooms in the directory, because that's where I found one of them. Anyway, sleeping mask and metal detector. At least we have the metal detector, you know? We're gonna see if we can get the rerolls first. See if we can get the boudoir before we go out to the side room. And there's a magnifying glass for sale. Aw, fam. Just had to go through like 10 bad, not 10, 4 bad days to get a good day, potentially. I think I'm actually just gonna stick the storeroom here. Boudoir. Okay. Let's go out, see if we can get the tomb, and then we just need to make sure we can get the workshop. Tomb. Okay, we're in business. We're in business. Sometimes persistence is key. Maybe there was something we could have done with those other days than what we did. Maybe. We at least added to our allowance a little bit, and that's always something good. But let's do the den first, and then see if we can stick the nursery in the corner. There isn't a bear in here. I thought there was a bear, like a bear rug or something. I still want to know what those 2 lines are. Man, I'm just asking for things and it's giving them to me. Don't think we need to read Red Prince again. We could put the bedroom here. That'd be nice. Okay, well, that's fine. We could put the clock tower. I'm thinking not the clock tower. I kind of want to investigate and make sure I know exactly what time the sacred hour is, but we can do that when we're not in such a good position to get the burning glass today. Let's do pantry here. All of these are okay. Let's do the observatory. We'll take extra steps. Maybe we could use more keys instead, but we have the shovel, so putting the kennel here could be good. I think I'm just going to put the nook and then go back up the middle before we continue up here. Man, if only we put that the right way. Kitchen's okay. Bedroom, sure. A lot of trunks here. I think my keys are still precious enough. Oh, fam, it was so easy. Spoon-fed, even. Holy cow. Spoon-fed. Okay, I hate to leave you on tenterhooks, but I really need to go use the bathroom. I was hoping to put it off, but I am not able to, so I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Again, apologies for that. I intentionally went before I started streaming today, but it apparently wasn't enough, so. Okay, let's just break for the tomb, shall we? I think I am going to open this just because. Sure, deal. The problem, my fear of all fears, is that they'll add more candles every day, and so you have to keep getting the burning glass and coming back. Because we searched pretty thoroughly. These were the only candles we saw. I felt like I had searched pretty thoroughly, and the only candles I saw were the ones leading to Clara Epson's tomb. So my fear is that it'll just keep adding candles again and again, but... And it didn't open that, mind you. Oh, come on. That's it? That's it? Oh. Heartbroken. I want secrets, not upgrade discs. I want secrets, not upgrade discs. Ugh. Salty. Salty. Yeah, a quick Google search says that I simply missed those candles. They do not add more candles every time. Which is just tragic and leaves me with these further... questions. Okay, so... we dropped the tomb. Let's try the apple orange... or apple banana orange theory. Apples are two steps every day, or bananas are 3, oranges are 5. So we need the second one, which is the chef. With the pizza stone. Joya might be her name, based on the lunchbox. Chef. Number 3 is pitchfork. I think is right here. And then 5 is the maid with the broom. Okay, that didn't do anything. Boy, I'm tempted to look at secrets in the tomb, but I think I'm going to hold off for now. We'll see how desperate I get in the future. Okay. Because the statue puzzle, which reveals the catacombs, is not one of the 2 secret paths listed. So I suspect that there are other accesses from here. My fear is that one of them goes behind the tunnels that I want to enter. We can always draft the tomb again. That does kind of put a damper on everything else we were trying to do today, though, because we got the room 8 key from the gallery, we opened the garage door, we opened the tomb, or we got the tomb, and we lit these candles. Okay. There has to be something else in the tomb, I think. Obviously, if the website page has a section for secret paths, then yes, there is something else in the tomb. My headset's still continuing to fall apart. I might have to do full repair on it. The pictured statue in A New Clue is this one. Her name is Orinda. She's the patron of the whole region. Pulling her statue down doesn't point to anything specific. It points to these candles which can't be lit by the burning glass. Dead end in major key. XYZ ABC. What does a C have to do with the tomb here? Conclusion here in the tomb. This floor plan is the definitive dead end, or is it? And there's again this tablet in this shape here next to it. What does this mean? The only interactables in the tomb are the statues. They're the only things we can touch besides the letters, I guess.
and the candles which we've lit, and the dig spots that are pretty much, as far as I can tell, unrelated. Not every interactable shows the interactable hand sign, as evidenced by the cloister of Rinna. I feel like I'm not going to be able to get anything out of this right now because my brain's already a little fried from the long play session. I don't see any unlit torches anywhere either. There are large dark sections where it feels like there should be something lit here. Yeah. What have we got to work with? There's marigolds to the north. That might be something. We have the whole sequence of XYZ ABC. I don't think the suspect list matters for this. If it does somehow, Hegelian ship posting, if you're there, let me know. The sign in the tomb says keep left. The sign on the page that references the tomb in a new clue says keep left. Keep left down here. It looks like she's facing and pointing at the red, what they're called, Red Brigade inspector person. The Rook. What does the Rook have to do with anything? It's also known as a castle, and so it's possible that the castle cipher that we have matters for this room. That would be a spicy choice, but I can't rotate anything, and one of the words specifically means rotate or counterclockwise. There's a pattern we could look for, but I can't imagine that it would be here, based on just how everything is horizontally laid out. It would be pretty stark if we saw it, because in the schoolhouse, we have this that looks like instructions to a sequence to input on a circular dial, and then instructions to rotate as well. Different elements. I don't think that's anywhere in the tomb. I saw it on a bird bath. I tried it on the bird bath, didn't get anything out of it. But I don't think there's going to be that specific pattern here in the tomb anywhere, or likely in the catacombs. Let's try. It's stupid. It might help, might not. Let's just try keeping left through the catacomb or through the tomb. We'll keep left. We run into here first. And that leads us to Sinclair next. The first statue that we run into, if I don't mistake, is the chef. Then it leads us to here. The note here, we didn't fully translate. Give east. This very aggravatingly suspicious doorway with these blocks that can't be pushed in. The other tomb here that presumably belongs to Herbert's brother, Simon. That leads us to the catacombs. All of these are just a grid on the ceiling. Let's try pulling all the statues if we just keep left. Let's see if that does anything. And that leaves just the one and the two in the center that don't connect to the edges unpulled. Or we did pull this one. And it just leaves the pitchfork one. Doesn't seem like anything. It would be terribly funny if pulling the 8th angel down here did more than just open the aqueduct, the reservoir, whatever. It would be terribly funny if they're just trying to highlight this to detract from something else happening in the tomb. Okay. All his cases and gone through the files. The evidence present, the precedence evident, and retraced his steps and stretched on for miles. He had looked high and low in all of the rooms. He had searched every corner in each of the tombs. Each of the tombs. In this particular case, he had checked every space. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. In each of the tombs. This floor plan is named Tomb. Is there another tomb? The catacombs? Does the catacombs count as another tomb? Is the secret I'm looking for in there? The diamond sigil is nuance. Have a shovel. Do these broken fragments mean anything? All the torches in here are lit. There don't appear to be any candles to light. None of these look breakable. Nothing in here looks breakable. There are 3 skulls, 4 skulls. This one looks at this one. This one looks over here where there isn't another skull. That one looks at this one. That one looks over here. Maybe this one could be justified to be looking at the one in the corner. Quick detour out here just to check. We've got that room that we already opened. Got the reservoir, we have the well that we have not drained in a while, that we never need to drain to my knowledge. I mean, we can go down here. It doesn't do us anything. It's just access down to the precipice that we've already gotten access to. So there's something lodged in there. Realm Rune, clearly a green book. This. This is the castle puzzle I mentioned. We found a couple of things that imply that could be overlaid onto this. I've mentioned them in other streams. But TOR is rotate counterclockwise in Arahan. And so it's possible that there's something we need to do in that vein in the tomb. We can't get back up without the elevator being down. There's no way down. Doesn't seem to be anything buried here that we can access. Again, these skulls are a little suspicious, but I just... like... because it doesn't even seem to be looking at the other skull, it's just looking in this general direction. Yeah, this pattern of 5 scraps is repeated a lot in the catacombs here, but it looks like it's just an asset that was repeated rather than a clue of any kind. I can't imagine what it could possibly mean as a clue. But I've never seen this arrangement of 5 tiles before. And it's all over the place here. I am running out of time. So I think I'm gonna have to finish up this day. The only other thing that I might go do, I want to go see if I can solve some of the sigils. Because I found a clue about Arch Ares and a clue about Pararica, which are the two other sanctum doors I've opened but not solved. And then it might be time finally to add the Lost and Found to my draft pool. Just in case there's something important in there. I can always shelter, and I can always just not draft it. So we'll add it. I don't like it, but we're adding it. There has always been a history of things disappearing on the estate, including this very floor plan, which had been lost for many years itself and missing from the directory. Now that they've been found, some long-lost items from Mount Holly's past might finally resurface. Okay, so that might be a good reason to have it. If it's hinting that important items can be found there. Okay. I think Arch Ares was here, yeah. So Arch Ares was known as the Land of Storms. So the rays are definitely going to be stormy. And then we know the color, the moats. Presumably, it wasn't a hub of metropolitan activity before, but it might now be. So the real question is just whether it's just whether it is, or what kind of transportation they have. So, you haven't been here the whole time? Crazy. We opened that, we made the burning glass very quickly, and then discovered that it was just ivory dice and a security disc. And I almost wanted to cry, my heart was broken. I then futzed around trying to find anything in the tomb or in the catacombs. Didn't find anything. Clicked on a few things on the wiki and determined that I don't have the information I need to find a few certain things. And so moved on a little bit. I think the next goal is just finding the last two Sanctum keys. Crazy that 4 people who aren't you would stick around for that long of me just banging my head and talking to myself. I am very hungry. If you're offering that you've made food, I would love some. Deal. That is yellow, right? Yeah, it is yellow. Surely they don't travel by turtle in our cherries. Which means that our read on them being metropolitan might be incorrect. We'll try with them being warlike, because they were one of the realms that aided Fen Iries in the insurrection at the end of the Fifth Era. And also, I mean, the warlike moat looks like Arch Ares' symbol, so we'll try that. And then go through it one more time, and then if that doesn't work, then we'll move on to Kararika. All we know for sure about Arch Ares is that it's stormy and that the color is yellow. We could, again, sit here forever and just brute force, trying each different kind of moat. Against the backdrop of each different kind of transportation. I mean, given that we can change the moat at will, we probably should have been trying that the entire time. Because if we get all but one of these, then we might be able to figure out the sequence that Herbert Sinclair took his journey through the nations. Because if we conclusively know 7 out of 8, then we know where the 8th goes. Oh, I hate this interface so much. I doubt they rode on turtles, though, so we probably didn't need to go all the way back, but... if there is a safe at rank 10, like the memo we got from Randolph says it's likely in room 46. It could be somewhere else on the grounds. If that side passageway leads us to a rank past rank 10 in the back of the house, that'd be interesting. This is horseback, and that would kind of make sense for a stormy area. it would be, I would die of shame if I was wrong. Okay, yeah. If that color wasn't yellow, I would have died of shame. They're industrial, huh? Industrial, stormy. And then the 3 rays is also trains. Yeah, I mean, we could have assumed that, but anyway. Cute little instrument. Cute houses. Quaint. We arrived here after a few days of sailing, and it made me realize how much more convenient it would have been in the old days when the railway tracks extended all the way north. Arch Iris is a destination with which I am well acquainted, having traveled here countless times on business for Cinca. This time, however, I will avoid the familiar towns and factories and will instead trek along the northern coast, an area with which I am wholly unfamiliar. Okay, so that to me implies that he went here after Eraha. Because it would have been more convenient to be able to go straight through from where he was up to the top, where to Arch Iris. Excuse me. Arch, I should read that out loud, shouldn't I? I'll go back and read that postcard out loud. Giddy I am. Arch Iris is the very first realm to introduce a new color to the traditional monochromatic tiles of the box. Given the number of ship routes and trade relationships between the two realms, this is not surprising. Fittingly, the variation itself was based on the brass compasses manufactured in Arch Iris that were often traded to sailors in exchange for the valued Mordecai puzzle boxes. When yellow tiles are pressed, they move north. Okay, that's pretty easy. Right? I think it's pretty easy. Does it push the green north? Okay, that's good enough. Cool. That's 5 out of the 8. Maybe 8. Holy cow, that looks like a lot of gaps between the nuance and the first 3. Maybe there is a gap because of because of the moon pendant in the middle. Because the first 4 moon pendant and then 2 doors I haven't opened. Okay, but we know for sure now that Kararka is snowy. Which I think is the Wigglies. No, it's the dots. Squigglies is heat. This is snow. Okay. Border is orange, which is the triangles up and down. Like so. And then we cycle through all the moats. No! Again, we assume Kararka is educational or poetic. But it could be wrong. And then the rays. I would have assumed it was naval, but this is proving that it's not. Okay, roads and streets. Okay, brute force works sometimes. Morajai puzzle blocks, the university variation. Far from the port towns of lesser islands, the academies of Kurarika were among the last strongholds where the puzzle blocks fad spread. Unlike other realms, whose regional rule variations emerged organically over time, the students of Kurarika designed orange tiles by committee, voting on student-submitted designs and picking the ones they felt best represented the realm. When these tiles are pressed, if the majority of adjacent tiles share a color, then the pressed tile will change to that color. Purple ones just moved down, as I recall. We need to get one more purple tiled, or one more orange tile down onto this row. Nope. There we go. Cool. Snowy Kurarika. Bonsai tree. The little keg. There have been fewer and fewer opportunities the further we travel up into the mountains to attend to my correspondence, and I find myself regretting having bought so many books, as this is the first realm I have visited without porters. Here, every person is expected to carry their own belongings, and if you can't, you throw away that which is expendable. It's looking like I'll be bringing back fewer souvenirs than I had planned. I never expected to appreciate the cold, but the frigid weather here is a welcome relief coming from the sweltering shores of Vera. Yes, I ended up forsaking all but one of my books. The Mount Ifros School of Drafting. There are drafting schools, you say? But knowing that he came here after Vera is huge. So let's spend the rest of this day trying to get to room 46, so we can see if we can brute force that puzzle. Because I think we might have enough information with the Archer Ares giving us a sequence from Matsuraha. Shoot. Loria Yana Ailor Lune. Lune is water. AY. Or it could be AJ. Ajlor. The first word water. the last word. Yenna, I don't remember if we know what Yenna means. It's the name of someone, the Baroness there. The last word, Yenna, the first word, water. Hugh and Doe. House. Large. Something. I don't know what Doe is. We arrived here after a few days of sailing, and it made me realize how much more convenient it would have been in the old days when the railway tracks extended all the way north. Archairies is a destination with which I am well acquainted, having traveled here countless times on business for Cinca. This time, however, I will avoid the familiar towns and factories and will instead trek along the northern coast, an area with which I am wholly unfamiliar. First City of Steel, huh? Okay. This is definitely the last day for today. And I think I'm gonna have to take a break tomorrow because my head kind of hurts and I've been thinking way too hard. But if we can crack this, if we can brute force with the 6 sigils we have, then we might be able to get somewhere ahead of time. Because we know he started and ended in Fen/Orenda Irines. The question then mostly is, does that, well, no, because there are only 7 realms? 7 countries on the map, because there are 4 on 4 on the right side, the eastern hemisphere, 3 on the western. Yeah, we'll look at the maps when we get there. For now, we need to get the precipice doors. We want to try to get the secret garden key. I think security's pretty good. And we definitely want to use the upgrade disc so we don't have to worry about it again. Coins and a trunk that we might go open. Bunk room, huh? If you have exactly 2 hallways, double your keys. Exactly 2 green rooms, double your gems. I hate that. I hate that. I think the only one that really matters is the hallways, because keys are still the only thing we really find ourselves running out. We have more than enough gems every day, and we don't need coins for anything else. So I think keys is the upgrade. If that's all we got, then... Okay. If we draft the laboratory, we might want to keep the option to access the rest, the shelter available, so that we can unlock all the doors if needed. I think that's good. Just gonna open this because the secret garden key is gonna be huge if we can get it this time. We might go back and open the one in the den. We're a little light on steps though. We only have one hallway so far. Let's go back and open that trunk. Pretty sure it's just in the den. Because we opened the one in the bedroom. Yeah. Rip. Certainly don't need coins. There is a chance to draft it. The kennel, I think, is better insurance. And I'd rather not draft Lost and Found in a place that I'm going to have to keep going back to. So we're going to do the kennel. We have more than enough keys at this point. I don't think we need to worry about locked doors as much. I want the East Wing Hall here. I said I want the East Wing Hall here. I said I want the East Wing Hall here. But I think the kitchen is an acceptable alternative, giving us more access to steps. We'll eat the club sandwich. We'll keep the bananas and bacon and eggs for later. It's not too far off the beaten path to be inconvenient to come back. We'll just stick the dead end here. Rabbit's foot, not bad. We have 4 rerolls plus 60 if we need to. Not great, but I think Gymnasium's okay here. Don't really need the car keys. That's bad. Laboratory. I think we can spend 2 or more gems drafting a room consistently. I think that's something we can do. Foyer's Foyer's kind of useless because we're going to unlock all the doors in the house anyway. I think I'm going to put the office here just to spend the gems, because now we can log into the network. Swan Song, remote terminal access, access the shelter. Yes. Radiation monitor, take USB measurement. We triggered the experiment though. Come on. Come on. Do we have to trigger it more times? Crap. Fortunately, we're experts at spending gems, so hopefully it's okay. We can't have that. Sorry. None of you are great. Archives might be okay. This gives us more steps. Gives us another star, which is cute. Maybe I should have done the archives. I don't know. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. So Mechanarium does give us a 4-way door, which is actually the first time that's ever been useful. First time it has ever been useful to me, specifically, but the principle stands. I don't like Mechanarium that much. Pool hall is okay. Hopefully, the puzzles are easy again, and not another nightmare like the 40th one was. You're kidding me. It's a puzzle to start now. 14 minus 7 times 2. 30 minus 18 is 12. Divided by 6 divided by 2. Should be 1. That was so easy. Thank you. Thank you, Pool Hall. I wanted a key card. Screw you, but we don't really want to draw more unusual and rare floor plans. Study gives us a gem. I just don't want to sit at another parlor puzzle, man. They haven't gotten easy. I've been promised that they go back to being easy after a while. They have not gotten easy again. All statements displaying all statements displaying the word boxes are false. All statements displaying the word statements are true. All statement displaying the word gems contains gems. All statements displaying the word contain words. That's true. All statements displaying the word empty are empty. All statements displaying the word true are true. Okay, so I'm guessing that this is the true box, and that they're just in here. However, this also has to be true, and this also has to be false. Then all of this is false. But that can't work because all statements displaying the word statement are true. And that would make them all false, and that would make all of these, that would make this a split one. That's tough. If this is the true one, this has to be hybrid. This would have to be hybrid. So this can't be completely true, because the statement, all statements displaying the word statement are true, has to be false. Because otherwise it would require all three having at least one true statement, which can't happen. If this is false, all statements displaying the word boxes are false, then this is true, and this is true. Right? And then this can be hybrid, true and or false and true. So I think we're just gonna put it in here and okay, cool. I think I prefer the draft from the Mechanarium here rather than going up. Drawing room. We could put the lost and found here and then not need to come back through. We still have a ton of available redraws. So let's try that. What do we got? Okay. We could lose any of this and it's fine. The shovel would be the biggest tragedy to lose. So let's see. Okay. Okay. The best thing to lose, the burning glass. That is huge. Upgrade disc is also pretty big. That looks like part of Vera's sigil because Vera is scorching hot. That is a cute picture. Nope, different page. Okay. Mila is the name of the broom angel, which is good to know. I don't know if it's going to be relevant to know the names of all the angels. I assume it will. There's an airplane. Table. There's a black pawn. Okay, so this needs to be that color. It looks like they rotate all of the nearby. Easy. Okay, so we grab the stopwatch and then we try to madcap draft up through the mechanarium. As madcap as we can afford to be, mind you. Oyster of Rinna, that's pretty good. We have more than two... whatever. We want the master bedroom. We don't have the magnifying glass. Patio, perfect. Boiler room's fine. Crap. Corridor. I think we want the redraw more than anything. So we don't need the money, we don't need the keys. So I think we'll do the redraw. We certainly want the conservatory at some point. Dark room's a good place to get the battery pack. I think keeping it standard is okay. I think making it unusual would cheat me out of fewer drafts, but honestly, it hasn't hurt us that much. We always want the commissary. Closed exhibit is as rare as it can get. We don't need it ever, really. We have gotten the blueprints, the red prints, paper crown, whatever. We want to keep the spare green room to draft over there. We can do the foyer. We want to make sure we have access to the rooms, to the antechamber rooms. So let's dig these up too. Oh, yeah. We can just dig a tunnel, dig a tunnel, and that will unlock. Thanks, dogs. Surprisingly few turnips today. Let's go across. I don't have the breaker box. Draftsman Studio is probably good. I don't recognize that room. Either of those rooms. Maybe it's just a repeated pattern. not meaning anything. That looks kind of like the parlor. Okay, we'll draft the pool. Again, we need the greenhouse, we need the secret garden, we need the weight room. Anything that gets us even a single antechamber lever, we can leverage that. We have the resources to make it happen, I think. Come on. Secret garden key is too much to ask, you say? We need to get access to the bottom and top as well. Where the heck is my East Wing Hall, man? West Wing Hall, whatever. I didn't draft the solarium. I don't know why I'm so unlucky here. Veranda, sure. Often has a trunk. Secret garden key? No! Aggravating. We're gonna... Oh, but this room's unlocked now, so we can't keep this as our secret garden draft. How far do we go? Greenhouse, thank you. So now we just need to make sure that the boiler room drafts us to one of those doors. Drawing room's perfect here. Let's go see what we can slot in the conservatory. Or in the corner spot is usually the conservatory, but pump room. I don't think we need to empty the aqueduct. I don't think we need to empty anything. Maybe the well. But I think let's just redraw. Library should have a new clue waiting for us, so we don't necessarily want to draft that here. Music room's fine. We'll take a key. Secret garden key in exactly the last room that it could have been. Anyway, doesn't matter. Sure, just in case. That's pretty good. We have a consistent way that we can open all the rooms on the estate. If we can do enough laboratory experiments that we can... The master key might be less useful than the emerald bracelet. It might be. I'm gonna get the master key anyway, just because we never really have a problem getting gems. Rotunda works, dark room works. Might as well add another star. I did not want to grab that. Shoot. Because the moon pendant loves to keep the basement key. That's so stupid. Okay. We will pick up the Blue Princess crown. Again, I don't know what room that is. The only room I can think of with a table in the center is the conference room. Doesn't have a couch on the side, it has tables on the side. And I don't know what this room is either. Fifth key is held by a king on his throne, and the second locked tight in the vault of a bank. We've opened this drawer. We've read this note. The sacred hour is when these clocks are stopped. Notably as well, this looks like it's in the in room 46. So it's possible that the inspector made it to room 46. Because there's the bookshelf there too. The clocks. Obviously there isn't the coat of arms. But that's enough of a parallel that I think it might be significant. This looks like Clara Epson. The little neck bow tie reminds me more of Marion, but it could be Clara Epson. This looks like Simon Sinclair rather than Herbert, but it could have been Herbert before he had a beard. Good to know. This looks like the sequence that the... No, that's what we're here to try, Jaren's Playground. We're here to attempt that. Because I have 6 of the sigils. I'm missing these 2. But I know which realms correspond to which places in the map. And so we're going to try to brute force it a little. And then we're going to be done with the day. Because we know that he started in Fen/Orinda Iris, and we know that's where he ended as well. We believe that he went to Iraha after going to... Or, sorry, he went to Arch Iris after going to Iraha. Air travel is much better than sea travel. So, presumably, the second to last trip was not somewhere that had air travel. It was somewhere that had sea travel. The realm fragment that we found in the Lost and Found looks like it points towards turtle travel more than... It could either be turtle or naval travel. And that's for Vera, which I believe is... Interesting. That's the kind of thing I don't necessarily want people telling me, but interesting. I think it's possible Morajai has a boat in it. So I think it's possible Morajai is 7. I think... Kararaka was after Vera, which is very hot. The question is, when did he go to... Yeah, especially apropos of nothing. That's not like... Please don't share things like that. The nuance room. By far my favorite one I visited during this trip, but I have always had a penchant for technology and am less moved by the beauty of nature than others. The soot-filled streets and soaring skyscrapers here are just as stirring to me as the mountains of Kararka or the beaches of Morajai. Perhaps I am just letting my childhood love of the original blocks compromise my activity. From the shops I have visited, it seems the series is just as popular here as it is back home. Speaking of home, as I look across the eastern sea, I can almost see its shores. I never thought I would miss the sight for its flags. Okay. So that's nuance. And I'm pretty sure nuance is the diamond. Eight realms in 8 months. The objective was simple enough, but in what order, what route, and where to start? Questions like those are the ones I tend to ignore, as planning has never been my strong suit. Well then, in the true spirit of adventure, I have departed, forsaking both map and plan. As it happens, the road has taken me south. It seems fitting to begin the journey by visiting a fragment of the Old Kingdom, a landmark as black in realm as it is in name, and a story I feel closely connected to. So let's try this. I'd assume if we were correct that it would trigger immediately. I get that, but that's not the point, Jaren's Playground. The point is that I could have figured that out, and it would have been more satisfying if I had figured that out without someone telling me that I could do that. I've messed around with the Blessing of the Monk. I haven't done Room 46 yet. Like, it just, please don't share things like that, especially when there's no context for doing so. It might make sense to go like, no, to go like this instead. I do think that it was Araha to Arch Iris. It might not be 3 and 4, or 2 and 3. It could be 4 to 5, but no, we know that Vera was before Kararaka, and we think Kararaka was before I'm just going to add a page for these postcards so I don't have to keep going back and forth. Postcards. Nope, we don't want to cut, we want to copy. Yes. Yes, we were. After a number of days, and Babbage showed up and gave us repellent that allowed us to disperse the Foundation until 7 days hence, and so we have 2 more days of that wait. My brother is making curry in the other room, and it is spicy enough that it is making my throat tickle. In addition to how much talking I've been doing for the last 5 hours. Let's not forget that, shall we? Okay. So we know for sure Kararika from Vera. I'm just copying the maps so I don't have to keep looking at that again either. Kararika, whatever. Three, two. No, she just wrote her name as part of the letter. No. 1 is correct, 8 is correct. Okay. He said he went south, so I want to believe that he did that. And again, if he went from Vera to Kararika, it would make sense to me that that's what he would do. But, I mean, money was obviously no expense for him. Morjai, Vera. Archeries, Orinda Iris, Saraha, Nuance. Oh. We can place it in multiple spots. That's a little concerning. You can't post them on the exact same spot. Surprise, surprise. Again, the fact that you can place it in multiple spots on the map and that it snaps to these multiple spots makes me afraid that I need to know the exact spot that the postcard was sent from, which I would do as a security measure for sure, but okay, so if we need the exact spots, then I think we're a little bit out of luck. The only thing that we have for nuance is the East Air Hangar is the subject of the postcard, but I don't think we know where the East Air Hangar is. This would be my best bet. He sent it from, because he looks across off and he almost thinks he can see the shores of his hometown, so I think this is where 4 would be. We have the map of Orinda Iris in the guide to Reddington. that we can copy and try to locate where exactly he is. I know I took a picture of this. There it is. And then there's also in the schoolhouse, there's the prominent locations in Ben Iries that we can glean from. He heads south to Blackbridge. And I think to Oris first. So I think this is a good spot for it. And then this up here is Reddington, where Mount Holly is, and that's where he ended up. Okay, so Iraha. I was a little disappointed that there has not been a drop of rain during my time here, as every Arahan story I have ever heard has begun with rain. I suppose the anecdotes I make on this trip will have to do without that flavorful setting. However, even without the rain, the puddles and ponds that dot the countryside make this place feel different from home. Okay, that's not really descriptive. We don't know where the countryside of Iraha would be. But he's referring to puddles and ponds. And so it looks like it would be on this side according to the big map. There is a globe in here, right? Is there a globe in here? Thought there was, but guess not. This is all, of course, assuming that we have the sequence correct, which seems unlikely. The Kararika postcard was sent from Mount Ephros, which I don't see on the map. I picked a spot in Kararika that looked like it had a map. I don't have the Nuance or the Vera postcards, so I can't really place those, unfortunately. Arch Aries, first city of steel. We arrived here after a few days of sailing, made me realize how much more convenient it would have been in the old days when the railway tracks extended all the way north. Arch Aries is a destination with which I am well acquainted, having traveled here countless times on business. Avoid the familiar towns and factories and will instead trek along the northern coast. That's not the northern coast. That's as close to the... No, there we go. Northern coast. We have the Nuance one, East Air Hangar. And so there are a lot of places in Vera that it could be. And a lot of places in Morajai that it could be. I think we just need to find the Sanctum keys. I don't think there's going to be much hope for a solution without the Sanctum keys, unfortunately. There aren't anything. There is not any landmark marked on this map. I think the closest thing on the left side of the Kororika thing here, there's this that could be the trek he was taking. And that most accurately lines up with the mountain here at the bottom. And that's where I have the 6 pin now, so I think that's probably as good as we get. So yeah. This is, again, assuming that we have... I would assume that in one of these, he talks about crossing to the other hemisphere. And that would determine which sequence he took. Because it could have been... 5, 6, 7, 2. And we just don't know. But we got to room 46 today. We did most of what we set out to do. I think this is where I'm going to have to call it. And we need to find the last 2 sanctum keys. I think that the 5th key is going to be behind the doorway in Blackbridge. I think I need to find the 3rd microchip before I can get the 5th key. My dad has gotten the 2nd key, so I may just give in and ask him how to get that. The new clue puzzle, the book cipher, the code at the end, the words that I have are Marion this to north, I think. And so that makes me wonder, because Marigold isn't actually the last name of Marion. It's a pen name. Her last name was Epson/Jones. And so Marigold to the north, it seems like it would have something to do with this. But I can't move this at all. I can't do anything. I don't think there's nothing that's letting me interact with these. But it is nice to know which one has which thing. I'm gonna want to do the Morajai rather than the Vera sigil if possible. Though of course I don't know anything about Morajai, except that it's got sandy beaches and probably naval travel. And I mean, it's possible that his complaint about naval travel that does make me think that it is Morajai prior to returning home. Anyway, stopped on the sacred hour. Let's flip that clock tower note just in case. Southward, I see a swan, ashen like the sands of the shore. Do we see? I mean, there is an ashen swan here, carried by westwardly winds. Rogue like the moon of the north. Eastward, I see a crow. I don't see a crow to the east. Dark are the days coming forth. This clock is actually moving. Unchanging winds. See, I mean, you know, if you've watched, I assume you watched, that you've seen me solve it. But just saying that, again, specifying that it's from the Ponder, that's a spoiler, Jaren's Playground. Please don't just say stuff like that. I don't want to have to ban you from chatting. Like, yes, we solved that puzzle. If we hadn't, I'd be extremely annoyed at you. I'm mildly annoyed at you because it's still just the kind of thing that I don't think needs saying. Anyway. Yes, you can come, we can look at the ceiling of the antechamber. The rays for a rainy room or rainy region are 3, not 4, so I assume it's not a reference to that. It looks like it's just design touches. Nothing exceptional here at the top. I mean, I assume that this will pull back and reveal a safe. But anyway. Denoted in verse. They are some cool design touches indeed. Of all the people on this family tree, I think this looks the most like Simon Sinclair. This one looks the most like Simon. So I think this is Simon Sinclair. But then this is a stern look of Clara Epson. It could be her. But it doesn't really look like Ashlyn Epson. So I think it's probably Clara. Clara and Simon. Rip, 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 rip. And then it's fitting for it to be Simon and Marion. Is there anything else we could do today that would matter? We don't have all that many steps. It'd be a risk to go try to use the lost and found. Oh, we have an upgrade desk. Let's definitely go use that before we just end the day. Office doesn't seem to have anything unless the roof is secretly a Morajai box. Nope. Yeah, we need at least a couple of experiments to test. If it's 18 USV, we we've triggered 6 experiments. So I think we need at least 4, maybe 3, if the fractions are enough to get to the requisite 12. Upgrade the spare green room again. Oh, that's cool. That's so cool. The green rooms do not cost gems to draft. It's an effect I wish I could get more often, I think. Greater chance of finding items in green rooms is good. That is tough. Definitely not spare patio, though. I was just talking about how I don't know if I need gems as much. Most of the items that we can... Most of the things that we can... do... Words are hard. Most of the items that help us. You can find the battery pack in the patio. You can find the green, the broken lever handle in many green rooms. I feel like the second veranda is probably going to be better overall for the flexibility of it than green rooms not costing gems to try. So I think we'll do this. Anything else to do? I think we just call it a day. The most we could risk is going in and out of the lost and found, trying to lose items we don't want to risk keeping with the moon pendant, but yeah, I don't know what kind of manner it will be. The aquarium is technically a bedroom, so maybe there's something that we get if we end the day in here. Yeah, I need to stop because I have something I need to go to at 7 o'clock. Okay. Thank you all for watching, the 4 or 5 of you who stuck it out with me for, 4 hours or so. I appreciate you. I think I'm just going to take a break from streaming tomorrow. The most I would do is I would play Deep Rock with my friends and stream that for kicks and giggles. I don't think I'm going to do that, though. I think I'm just going to take a day off and play games and not have to talk. There is the Nintendo Indie World Direct that was announced today, I think, today or yesterday. That's going to happen on Friday, and so I plan to wake up and stream that as well. No, Thursday. It's going to happen on Thursday. Stream that before doing binge stream of Tears of the Kingdom on Thursday. and then hopefully with enough removed, and maybe a conversation with my dad if he's free, come back to Blueprints on Friday. So that's my rough plan. Haven't needed to go back to work yet. Our car still needs to get looked at before I want to risk that. So yeah. Basically just wrapping up. Thank you for watching. If you liked the stream, feel free to like and subscribe to the channel. I like seeing numbers go up. I'll be again streaming later. Hope you all have a wonderful evening, and as always, bye-bye.